Yeah.
Okay. All right. We are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tier 1 Auction Draft. I'm handing it over to Brian, the host.
That's what they call me. Brian, the host. Hi, everybody. And listening on YouTube. You can see that we are just 3 minutes from starting. So I'm gonna roll with a quick intro, and then we'll be ready to begin once we get started. Okay. From 7 countries scattered across 2 continents, these 14 fantasy hockey savants are beginning the adventure of a lifetime. They have voluntarily entered the KKUPFL and climbed their way up the promotions pyramid and arrived at the top tier, Tier 1, aka Sweden. Here, they'll be stationed for 23 weeks during the 21-22 NHL season. This is their draft. They've been given a draft budget of $260 fake dollars to put together the best roster they can, but they'll have to compete with one another as players are auctioned one by one to the team that bids the highest. Their rosters will compete against one another in Tier 1 of the Keeping Karlsson Ultimate Patron Fantasy League, a beautiful but dangerous division located at the top of the world's biggest and best fantasy hockey league, where 450 managers are fighting to take their spots. For the next 3 to 4 hours, the top fantasy hockey managers in the world will be marooned with their draft lists and spreadsheets, left to fend for themselves with few bathroom breaks and little opportunity to leave for a snack. Forget past championships in other tiers and placements in Tier 1. They are wiping the slate clean for a new fantasy hockey season. 14 souls forced to band together to carve out a new fantasy hockey legacy, being held totally accountable for their draft picks, ads, drops, and trades. They must learn to adapt, or they're relegated to a lower tier next season and may never get another shot to be crowned the best fantasy hockey manager in the world. In 23 weeks, only one will remain, earning the title of KKUPFL Ultimate Champion as their reward. 23 weeks, 14 people, one Ultimate Champion. And then you'll play the music. And then as the music fades out, all right, here we go. Hello, everybody. It's a beautiful day for a KKUPFL Tier 1 draft. My name is Brian Com, and I'm going to be one of your 2 co-pilots as we navigate the most intense 3 to 4 hours, or what is one of the most 3 to 4 hours intense. I don't know if we have edits here, so I'm just going to keep rolling. As we navigate one of the most intense 3 to 4 hours that exist in fantasy hockey, that is the Tier 1 KKUPFL auction draft. If you're not familiar with the KKUPFL, these managers have separated themselves from the other 450 competing in the league to build their teams and vie for the title of KKUPFL Ultimate Fantasy Champion. If you're not familiar with the scoring or the rules, you can head to KKUPFL.com, KKUPFL.com. But a quick outline: goals are worth 4.5 points. Assists are worth 3 points. Shots and blocks are half a point. Hits are 1/4 of a point. Shorthanded points are a single point too. And goalie points, wins, you get 2 points. A save is worth 0.35. Goals against are -1.5. And shutouts are 2 points. All right. With that said, I'd like to bring in my co-host. Every episode of Keeping Karlsson is presented by Dobber Hockey, and we are so pleased and proud to bring over a Dobber Hockey cornerstone to co-pilot this draft with me. It's Mike Clifford. Mike, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well, man. I was hitting kind of that wall with such a short summer, and then hockey with such a quick off-season turnaround. But once the preseason games started getting going, man, it's another feeling. Like I'm so excited for this hockey season to come around again, and I'm excited to be here for this auction. This is clearly a super competitive league, several competitive leagues, and I'm very happy you guys asked me to come here. I'm delighted to be here, and let's get this thing going.
All right. Yeah. So the auction has actually already begun. So I'm not even going to hold anything back. Let's just dive right into it. The first player nominated in an auction draft, of course, players are nominated one by one in any order. Every manager has a turn nominating. You go down the list, and it was Dave Betton, former champion, who's stepping in to draft for Short Shifts host Louis Ezekiel because Louis couldn't make it today, but Louis gave Dave all his info. And of course, Dave, in a classic Dave Betton mood, nominates Tony DeAngelo as the first player off the board, who was taken by Elon for $16. Again, total budget is $260, and whatever you spend, you can't get back. So right off the top, what do you think, Mike, of Tony DeAngelo being the first player nominated? What do you think Dave is trying to do with that strategy?
I think maybe he's lower on DeAngelo. Sometimes we see that in auction drafts. If you're lower on a certain player than you think some of your league mates might be, you'll nominate them. So maybe he doesn't have DeAngelo as high as other people, and he's just trying to suck some money out before he starts, bidding on his own players.
Yeah. So there you go. You got $16 of Elon's budget off the board, followed by Dustin, who is drafting in London, like the UK version of London, our reigning Tier 1 KKUPFL Ultimate Champion, here to defend his crown. And Dustin has his first player on his roster, and that's left winger Artemi Panarin, who he threw $47 down for. And like, this is a really interesting part of the auction because, well, you're just seeing what the market is being set right now. No one knows how much each of these players is worth. Everyone has an idea of who they think or how much they think this player is worth, but no one actually knows because, of course, market value depends on the market and everybody only knows their own purchasing power. So we have Artemi Panarin off the board at $47 to Dustin, followed by Andrei Vasilevsky, who's going to Brandon, drafting out of Swift Current, Saskatchewan. BrandonWeeb.com, by the way. He's responsible for our logo art, so we'll get that shout out of the way right off the top. Mike, we have Vasilevsky at $34 and Artemi Panarin at $47. Let's just use these as bellwethers. And we have Tony DeAngelo as a defenseman off the board at $16. So we have three different positions, and we have the first player off the board for each, which sort of is trying to set the market. What do you think about Panarin at 47 and Vasilevsky at 34? Do you think other wingers and goalies are going to be going about that higher or lower? If you just had to guess right off the top.
I mean, if I had to guess, like it seems like people, or I shouldn't say people, it seems like this league kind of undervalues goalies a little bit, because I think Andrei Vasilevsky would be no lower than maybe second or third on anybody's list, while Artemi Panarin, generously would be outside the top five wingers. So you see just how much more value that reliable production is up front than in net. So I think you're going to see a lot of goalies go for cheap, and maybe people who were planning on those $1 or $2 goalies late, maybe they don't get them because there's so many goalies going for a reasonable price.
For comparison's sake, we have Andrei Vasilevsky, who went for $30 last year. So only a $4 bump, even though, like, in my mind, he is like so much more reliable and solid a pick this year than he was in the past, just because it seems like he's really established himself. So he gets a $4 bump. Artemi Panarin went for exactly $47 last season. So his value holds steady. And we've just seen John Tavares go off the board at $28, down from $36. Was his auction price last year. And I'm wondering, Mike, we know Tavares struggled last year. His point production wasn't where we normally expect it to be. And a big question we've had is whether John Tavares' production, like whether that was a little hiccup last season, or if that's just the way it's going to roll, that he's no longer a point per game player and is someone who might be more likely to land in the low 70s. How do you see his value changing from last season, whether it's going to stay the same or he is going to be able to throw another little uptick there?
I'm not sure about the uptick, right? Just because it's really, really hard when you're coming off that injury. Remember, he suffered that injury in the playoffs last year and missed the bulk of the series against Montreal. I think one thing that's kind of keeping me shut, I don't want to say shy off Leafs players, but it seems like they're going to try to do two balanced power plays this year, right? And that's something that they've done on and off the last couple of seasons, and that's not really great for fantasy value, right? Like, you want those guys getting a minute and a half of the 2 minutes on a loaded top power play unit. So I'm not down on the Leafs entirely, but I think I think $28 for John Tavares. I think that feels about right to me because he's not a top 10 center for me.
Yeah, and sure, like, of course, we devalue centers a little bit because there seem to be so many available, but in a league with flexible roster spots, I actually don't ding them quite as much. Like, I'm okay if I end up with 4 centers out of the draft and I sort it out later, even though, there can be centermen available in free agency. Yeah, I think I'm with you about it being like roughly fair value. We'll see how the next centermen go. My sense is that the Leafs have just sort of changed the way they deploy their top 2 lines. With Austin Matthews really breaking out. And it's more like, instead of having a line 1A, 1B, it's more, I don't know. It seemed like John Tavares had a little less deployment opportunity last season to put up that point per game pace. So we'll see if he can do it this year. We've had a couple more players go off the board. So Cale Makar, who has been the first defenseman off the board in, I think, almost every other division's Cupful draft, which has already happened, by the way. All our 30 other divisions have or are just finishing, they've done their slow draft. And Cale Makar was on average picked at 15th overall, as early as 8th overall. And easily the top defenseman off the board, about 8 to 10 spots ahead of guys like Dougie Hamilton or Victor Hedman's ADP. Do you see Cale Makar like standing clearly above the rest of the defensive field the same way our Cupful drafters have so far?
Not necessarily in this format. And the reason for that is the hits and blocks, right? Like I guess we shouldn't say we don't know exactly where he's going to land in that respect yet, because he's still so early in his career. But I think for at least this season, it's pretty safe to say he's not going to be like a Darnell Nurse or a Seth Jones or even a Dougie Hamilton or something like that, right? So unless he picks up the peripherals a lot, I think there's a decent chance he doesn't end up the number 1 defenseman. Like, he could end up with 70 or 75 points and not be the number 1 defenseman, because if his peripherals don't pick up. If his peripherals do, then he's probably the number 1, and probably easily.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it's and I'm seeing more markers set here. Cale Makar is what could be the highest defenseman, the highest cost defenseman. Now we just had Nathan MacKinnon go off the board for $67, who that could be. I can think of one. And now we have Connor McDavid on the board. So it's a really interesting strategy for me. And actually, I think if I were drafting, this is what I'd want to do for 2 reasons. I'd want to be throwing out the top players at their positions. 1, so someone is down that much that much budget in the rest of the draft. And 2, so I can get a sense of what the market really holds. So the McDavid bidding is ongoing right now. Mike, it's already at $76. Given that MacKinnon went for 67, how much higher do you think McDavid should reasonably go?
I mean, in this league, I have McDavid about 9% more valuable than MacKinnon. So, I already have him probably a little bit overvalued at $81 or $82. But like, I don't know how you tell somebody you can go wrong, especially if the thing with bidding on super expensive players like this is, like, maybe you have 2 or 3 players in your back pocket that you don't think people are going to be targeting, that you can get for $1 or 2 or 3 very late. So at that point, if you end up paying an extra $3 or $4 or $5 for Connor McDavid, then it's not a problem.
All right. So I can tell you that Connor McDavid went for a whopping $83 to Jeremy's team. That's actually Jeremy's second player. Jeremy also bid the $42 for Cale Makar. For anyone who doesn't know Jeremy, first off, he's one of our moderators on our Discord, in our Discord community, so super helpful there. But he's earned everything fantasy wise. Jeremy earned his way to the top tier of the Cupful by having the top fantasy hockey points total of every team in the Cupful, which last year was about 300 odd teams, if I'm remembering right. So that's huge that Jeremy, regardless of division, he also won his division and normally would have gotten into tier 1 anyway. But Jeremy coming in with drafting out of Seattle, Washington, a new Kraken fan, formerly biggest fan of the Capitals, but going for Cale Makar and McDavid, making a big splash in his first appearance in Tier 1. So we're seeing a kind of studs and duds approach here from Jeremy. Mike, what's your auction overall strategy? Because there's studs and duds, there's really balance, there's a lot of choices in between. What direction do you find yourself leaning when you are planning for these sorts of things?
Honestly, I never really have an overarching plan when it comes to auction drafts. One thing I always do, I don't care if it's an auction or if it's a snake draft or whatever, you win and lose your drafts in the later rounds, right? Like you're whether it's, pick 20 in a snake draft, or whether it's your $1 or $2 players in an auction draft, getting that $1 player that ends up a $22 player, or getting that $3 goalie that ends up with 50 starts, that's where you win and lose teams, right? So as long as you have players in your back pocket, like I said earlier, that you think you can go and attack, I have no problem with that, stars and scrubs approach at all. And especially, let's say I believe you said Cale Makar went for $42. If you haven't priced in this league as for $48, let's say, then you have that extra $6 that you can go and spend on Connor McDavid. So maybe you only had Connor McDavid as a $76 or $77 player. Well, you can go ahead and spend 83. So it's a lot of pull and push at auction drafts. And I think not having a plan is probably my plan, but I always have my values for my players, and I always know how high I can go over my values or when to just walk away.
Yeah, I think having a loose plan, and I think a flexible plan, like you said, is pretty important. Some people come in with a really strong idea of what they're going to do, and then it all gets blown up once one of those players goes off for a strange value or something doesn't go quite as necessary. So an auction draft pulls on like all these other skills. By the way, if this is anyone's first time listening to Keeping Karlsson, if you're hearing a little more noises in the background and typing on my end, this is not, and also noticing the runtime of this episode, this is not a normal episode. This is a once annual special episode where we broadcast live our Tier 1 draft to various degrees of effectiveness and entertainment. So we really hope you're enjoying it so far. If you want, there is a visual version where you can see the bids happening as we speak over on our YouTube channel. So you can just go on YouTube and find Keeping Karlsson, and you'll see it as the newest video we've got. All right, back to the draft. We have Dougie Hamilton. Whoa. Dougie Hamilton, get 15 minutes in, and we've got a long time to go. So get ready for that. Dougie Hamilton goes to Elon's team. Oh no, goes to Joe's team. Excuse me. Goes to Joe's team for $39. So there's a sort of market match for Cale Makar, a few dollars less when he goes about 8 positions lower on average in our cupful drafts, which seems reasonable. Other names that have gone since we last checked in, we've got Patrick Kane going for 51 to Harrison's team. Harrison making his first appearance in the top tier of the cupful. Then we've got John Newhold, who's picked up. Oh no, sorry. We've got everyone's team name next year needs to just be their first name. That'll make
please don't scare me like that. That I picked up some random person.
All right. So John has yet to pick up anyone and chimed in to confirm. Yes, that's true. Brandon drafting from Swift Current, who already has Vasilevsky, added Draisaitl for $68. And as we mentioned, McDavid went for $83 to Jeremy's team. Here's a fun fact from last year, and it's that Connor McDavid this year went for about $16 more than McKinnon in this auction. Last year, Connor McDavid actually went for $2 less than Nathan McKinnon. Mike, last year, there was a legit argument for taking McKinnon before McDavid in fantasy. Do you ever see that argument being legitimate again anytime in the next 5 or 10 years?
Honestly, I never considered that an argument. Honestly, aside from Nikita Kucherov, I don't know who can put up 130 points in a year other than McDavid, right? Nathan McKinnon is probably a Hall of Famer, and Connor McDavid is head and shoulders above him. Like we can't really assess his offensive impact on his team because we just haven't seen a player like him. I like maybe there's some funky league out there that really overvalues some peripherals over point production or something like that. But I don't see any reason to not take McDavid number one. As long as he's healthy, ever. Like he can do things that other players can't. That's the thing.
Yeah, and here's a fun story about one of our competitors today who has drafted McDavid today. That's Jeremy, who again won the fast track to get into, well, he would have gotten into tier one anyway, but he really rubbed it in and to prove that he deserved to be in tier one. But Jeremy last year drafted Nathan MacKinnon first overall instead of McDavid and still led all KKUPFL teams in points, which is like a pretty impressive feat. It's a really, like, he humble bragged kind of, it was really embarrassing last year when I took MacKinnon first, but look at me now, I still made it. So it's a way to bring attention to yourself for what should be a bad reason, but in the end. All right. So we have a couple more really top end guys off the board. I see Nikita Kucherov has gone for $56 and Austin Matthews has gone for $69, which means that the top 5 players who have gone off the board in our KKUPFL slow drafts for the other 30 divisions are all off the board, and they're as follows. So McDavid at 83, Draisaitl 68, MacKinnon 67, Matthews 69, and then Kucherov at $56, which seems like a straight up bargain coming from, compared to the high 60 prices of Matthews, MacKinnon, and Draisaitl. Mike, do you see a drop in tier from, like, obviously McDavid we just established for sure at the top, and then Draisaitl, MacKinnon, Matthews? Is it then a drop to Kucherov, or does he belong in that group?
I do have it kind of as a drop for me, but I also have Kucherov as my number one winger. So it's like, yeah, I have Leon Draisaitl as more raw points than Kucherov, but I have Leon Draisaitl as the number 4 center versus Kucherov as the number 1 winger, and they're relatively close. So, in that sense, I'll give me the $13 or the $12 savings or whatever it is between Kucherov and Draisaitl at a position that isn't as deep. So I think that $56 for Kucherov is probably one of the best high bargain or high dollar bids of the auction draft so far.
Yeah, seems very strong to me too. I'm curious to see. So those are we had the same top 5 picks in almost every division. Those were them. And then right after Kucherov, our next highest ADP. So Kucherov on average was 5th overall. And then on average between 7th and around 7th overall was Pasternak and Rantanen, before Patrick Kane, who was on average 10th overall, who fetched just $5 less than Kucherov. So I'm curious to see where Pasternak and Rantanen go, especially because they're kind of, I think, like, just looking at this list, they might be the last, like, sure shot, top tier elite forwards left on the board here, which sometimes means you have to pay a little more for them, since if you want that, they're super scarce, which is why it's kind of good to get out in front if you can, or so we assume. But we'll see how Pasternak and Rantanen's value looks in this auction and whether or not it seems to fit in, with Kucherov at 56 above them and Kane at 51 beneath them. Also just beneath them, by the way, is Brad Marchand, who went for $44. All right, little draft update. We've seen Adam Fox go off the board to Ben Burnett, Short Shift's co-host, drafting out of St. John, New Brunswick. Zach Hyman as, I believe, his second player. He also had Kucherov, so he adds Zach Hyman at $18. I don't know. Okay, Mike. Zach Hyman, I feel like there's some pretty good value here, especially in a league that rewards some of the extra things he does. To me, he seems like almost a sure thing to be net front on the power play in Edmonton. And like, he was really good as call him a third wheel, right? In Toronto, he did a really great job there. I could see him doing as good a job in Edmonton, and there might even be more points available for him to get in on. Do you see him being more valuable, Zach Hyman, this season than last season? Or should we just be expecting him to hold steady? Or I guess the third option is it's actually bad for him.
I think this is great for him. I see a lot of people like saying, oh, well, he played with Austin Matthews and John Tavares and Mitch Marner and all that in Toronto. And yeah, that's fair. But the power play, like you mentioned, they're not even comparable. Hyman had 5 power play points last year and 6 the year before for 11 total over his last 94 games, right? I have him at 16 power play points this year, which exceeds that in fewer games. And I don't think he's going to be a focal point of the power play either. Like, he's just not going to be. Like, Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid will continue to be the focal points of that power play, but he's just going to clean up a natural amount of points. Like, I have him for 60 points with over 100 hits. And that's with a fairly meager power play total with 16 points. Like, what if he gets 21, 22, 25? You know what I mean? Like, it's very possible in that setup. So Zach Hyman at $18 plus Nikita Kucherov at 56, both on the same team. I think those are 2 pretty good values.
Yeah, me too. I would have thought of the Hyman as a mid-20s guy and Kucherov as a low 60s. So we'll see what Ben does with the rest of his budget. He's actually, since we're talking about Ben, he's since added Andrei Svechnikov at $31. And of course, the question for Svechnikov is, what is this guy's ceiling? Because he's in a Carolina situation where it doesn't seem, Aho is the standard bearer there. He's a point per game guy. And then it's like, does anybody else really have a chance of breaking 80 or even 75 or even 70, given the way Carolina balances their lines? And also that top power play is pretty full. We've had a lot of chat. I mean, I'm not sure how much that piece impacts Svechnikov, but everyone expected him to take this huge step forward last year. It didn't happen. Can we expect it this year?
Yeah, I'm expecting it. I know people were kind of down on him last year, and it wasn't a great year, but he still paced out. I think it was, to like 60 points. Like, if you have 60 points as a 20-year-old, and that's considered, if you're on a 60-point pace as a 20-year-old, and that's considered a down year, like, that kind of gives you an indication of just how good this guy can be, right? I have him coming in just under 80 points. Obviously with massive hit totals, that's what makes him super valuable, right? Is that he can put up 3 shots and 2 hits per game, which is, in a league like this, it's just super, super valuable. So he doesn't even need 80 points to be a very valuable winger. If he does, like, he can be a top 5 winger in fantasy this year. If he has that breakout that we can expect him, I think he can do it. It's just a matter of, is it going to be this year? Is it going to be next year? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to keep drafting him and keep buying him until he breaks out as well.
Yeah, because it feels like you're at least going to get 70 points. It's crazy. He's already on his 4th NHL season. The guy is 21 and a half years old. This is his age 21 season that Svechnikov is entering. And we're definitely hopeful that there's a lot more he can do. It's really something to have established himself the way he has by the age of 21. He might still be a year or 2 from entering his prime too, which is super exciting for Svechnikov and Svechnikov manager Ben Burnett, who seems to be building a real nice team early on. A little update: every single team has at least one player at this point, except for Jordan, who is drafting out of Edmonton, and he is making his first tier 1 appearance. I think I've played against Jordan a couple times in the past couple seasons in the Cupful, and he's a formidable opponent. Right now, it seems like he's happy to sit tight and hang out while everybody else builds their team. There's only actually like some managers, we've got Jeremy and Ben with 3 players, a handful with 2. Joe just added his 3rd. Let's do a little summary of who's gone so far.
Hey, sorry, I just want to say this is my 2nd appearance. I was there last year.
Sorry, Jordan. I knew it when I said it, and you deserve. So, Jordan, do you want to jump on for another minute, or are you like really?
Maybe in a little bit. I'm still in the.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have a player yet, so.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if maybe that was so intentional that you can just put it aside. But okay, you keep focusing. By the way, these guys are drafting while listening to me. Like, we're all on a Zoom call while listening to me like Mike and I commentate on it, which is just adds to the pressure cooker. Okay. Some more candidates, some more names who have gone off the board. We've got Alex DeBrincat at $39, Victor Hedman at $31, Connor Hellebuck at $34, so exactly the same price as Vasilevsky. Kyle Connor went to Elon for $30, and Matthew Tkachuk went to Joe, drafting out of Vienna, Austria for $26. I'm trying to figure out which one catches my eye there, Mike, because I feel like Connor and Svechnikov both going for 30 and 31 respectively. Does that make sense to you?
Kyle Connor, I shouldn't say it's just Kyle Connor. I want to say the Winnipeg Jets kind of worry me this year because I'm in the camp that I think Blake Wheeler's just completely fallen off as a player. Like if you watched him last year, like I don't want to say he's a shell of his former self, but you can tell that he's lost a step. He's not the forechecker that he was used to be. You know, he can still be a good setup man, but I don't know if he was the player that he was, even 3 years ago. And we saw last night during their preseason game, they gave Wheeler the night off, and they actually put Nick Ehlers on the top line with Scheifele and Connor. If that's a trio that can stick together all year, I would be super, super excited about that because I think Nick Ehlers is probably the most underrated player in hockey. If Wheeler stays there, man, I don't know. Maybe he can turn it around, but it was a real tough year for him last year. His point totals were buoyed by some decent power play and empty net production. It wasn't like he was great at 5-on-5 or anything. I have some concerns about that top line if Paul Maurice stays hard-headed and just leaves Blake Wheeler there. And I think that could have a cascading effect on Scheifele and Connor.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how, we've seen Paul Maurice and coaches of his sort of ilk be pretty hard-headed, but I'm with you. I'm scared of drafting Blake Wheeler this year. I think he's going to not bounce back. And we've seen this, he's 30 freaking 5 years old. He's old. And I feel like that might be forgotten because it took so long into his career for him to get the respect and recognition for what he did. And usually there's a decade after that. But for Blake Wheeler, it was 4 or 5 years after that before he's now in his decline. So it's interesting that you think it'll have an effect on Kyle Connor and the rest of Winnipeg. So we'll see. Alex DeBrincat going for $39. So I'm just going to kind of situate that. DeBrincat was going on average 19th overall in our KKUPFL drafts. He goes for $39, $4 less than Mitch Marner, who's gone on average 6 draft spots earlier than Alex DeBrincat. But I'm all in on Alex DeBrincat. I think he is a legit Rocket Richard contender. Who is really aside from Austin Matthews, but so maybe I should say he's a legit Rocket Richard runner-up yeah, contender. Are you bought into Alex DeBrincat being, a 40 plus goal, 75 plus point guy starting this year?
I was super, super excited about the entire Chicago Blackhawks top 6, literally until 2 days ago. It seems like whatever offseason injury Patrick Kane had, I believe he left a practice earlier. He played in a game the other night and he was on and off from the bench. It just seems like there might be something nagging with Patrick Kane. And that's kind of a concern to me because it's his shiftiness. It's his agility that makes him such a deadly player. So if there is, a lingering issue with there, does it affect the brain cap because they play so much together? How much does that affect him? Does Kane play 82 games or are there games where they rest him a la Rope Hintz last year? So before I get, like I said, I was super, super excited about Chicago until I saw possible injuries with Patrick Kane crop up. So we'll see. We'll see how he deals with that the rest of the preseason, because I think those two guys, I think DeBrincat's upside is pretty tightly linked into Patrick Kane's health.
Okay. And that would be terrible. And we're also there's no red flags for Jonathan Toews so far, but we still have not seen what he looks like at full strength in a long, long time. So there are a few question marks in Chicago. Mike, are you as for the team as a whole, Where are you on Chicago? Let's say I think I saw some betting odds that have them as a playoff bubble team. Do you think they are above that, more likely to get above that status, or fall below it this season with so much new energy around them?
Honestly, I think they're more likely to fall below it, and it's just because I think there is enough competition out west. Like, you do have Vegas, you have Minnesota, you have Colorado, you have Dallas. Like, I think St. Louis is going to be a better team than they showed last year. Like, St. Louis is a team that was injured all year last year and can never put it together. So I think they'll be better. Winnipeg really revamped their blue line in the offseason, so I think they're going to be a much better team. Like, I think Chicago's probably going to be out of the playoffs, but I have them right as a bubble team as well. It's just that things are so wide open. Like, I just reeled off, there's a bunch of good teams in the West, but like, you have Colorado and Vegas, and then you have maybe 3 or 4 good teams after that. And then after that, it's like 6 or 8 teams that could all make the playoffs. And I would probably put them in that category right there.
All right. So there you have it. Chicago. Yeah, maybe a bubble team is probably just about right. We are about 30 picks into this draft and about 32 minutes in, which means it's time for us to take a quick break for a message from some of our favorite sponsors. You're listening to Keeping Karlsson. And then Elon, I'm letting you know now. I know it's not fair, but we'll toss this in later. All right. All right, we are back into the draft action here for KKUPFL Tier 1, and the clicks are coming fast and furious. Again, if you want to see this happen live, you can see the draft present with all the bid action. You can watch it play by play, watch everybody build their rosters over on our YouTube channel at Keeping Karlsson. Just Google Keeping Karlsson YouTube, and you will definitely find your way over. Okay, let's summarize some of the action that's happened since we last checked in. We have Braden Point going for $28, which is exactly what John Tavares went for. So that's an interesting comparison point. I'll actually just stop there. Mike, Braden Point versus John Tavares, 1-year redraft in a league that does favor goals. Who are you going for, and how close is it between them?
Like, I have them almost virtually identical in this league. I have them separated by a grand total of 3 points, which I think works out to 1 assist. So like, I have them as pretty much the same players. So seeing them go for about the same price feels about right. Obviously, I think John Tavares, his health is probably the bigger concern here. So I think all else equal, I would take Braden Point, but I have no problem with seeing them go for the same price. I think they're about the same player as long as they both stay healthy. Yeah,
I agree completely. That seems right. How about this comparison? We have Patrick Laine going to John Newhold's. No, I'm going to make that mistake 1,000 times. Going to Brandon's team for $18, which is that Zach Hyman money. So Patrick Laine looking to bounce back. Also probably looking for a centerman, but we said the same thing about Kevin Fiala and Kirill Kaprizov last year, and they made a scoring centerman out of Joel Eriksson-Ek when they needed to. So Patrick Laine, do you see, Mike, any chance that he can hit Zach Hyman's value this year?
Oh yeah, I do. I know, like, count me in the camp that also thinks that Columbus needs 2 or 3 more centers. But Jack Roslovic really showed us something when he came over from Winnipeg last year, right? Like, they put him in a situation higher in the lineup with better players, and he did well. And it wasn't just a percentage bender. Like, if you look at some of the, underlying micro stats, like stuff like zone entries and things like that, like, he played very well. And, Max Domi should be back eventually, assuming he's healthy when he comes back. He's a good playmaking center. Maybe if they put him to the wing, he can be a winger as well, but he can be another good playmaker for Laine as well. Like, I'm not ready to give up on Laine just yet, especially a guy that, when we see him shoot like he can, it can be a 40-goal scorer. John Tortorella's gone. Hopefully a revamped power play. Hopefully, a revamped offense. I'm pretty excited about Laine this year, but I think a lot of people are in that boat as well. So $18, I think, feels fair because, like you said, right in line with Zach Hyman, not quite a top 20 winger, it looks like. So I think that's about fair. If I had to take, who has the most upside this year, it would be Laine. Who's more likely to hit the upside? I think it's going to be Hyman.
Okay, so Zach, I mean, a safer pick than Patrick Laine,
Yeah.
but we could see them end up being similar enough. I mean, I'm all for a Patrick Laine revival, renaissance, whatever he needs, and I like the idea that there's a new coach, even though I don't know if you have a take on this, Mike. We keep talking Brad Larson, the new Columbus coach, as being, new coach, maybe refresh things. I think he's been with the team already as an assistant for something like 9 years. Are you expecting, do you have a take on whether or not we can expect anything substantially different from John Tortorella's time there, or is it just going to be small tweaks?
I think you might just see some small tweaks at first because, this was a team that up until this shortened season had success, right? They had that sweep against Tampa. They beat Toronto in that play-in round and all that. They did have, a little bit of success under John Tortorella. It's just, I think his style specifically might have graded on some players, Patrick Laine among them. I know some guys might say otherwise in public, but what goes on in private, I guess we'll never know. But I think you'll see some small tweaks, but it's just the power play is probably the big one, right? As long as they can get their top power play going, I think that's more important than anything else that they might do at 5-on-5.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. And especially, I mean, Zach Werenski has a huge opportunity to step up too in his position. Like here's a deep cut. I don't know why we're going so deep into Columbus, but Jake Bean, do you think he has any chance of seeing meaningful top power play time this year, and then follow-up question, within 3 years?
I mean, within 3 years, yeah, he does. This year, I don't think he'll get top power play time unless they go 3 forwards, 2 defensemen, which I don't think they will because I think they probably try to run 2 power play units more than they do try to do 3F2D. The problem with Bean this year is that Columbus just isn't deep enough. Even if he gets like secondary power play minutes all year long, who's he going to be playing with on that secondary power play unit? He's going to be with like Emil Bemstrom and Boone Jenner and those guys. Like, it's just not a super exciting position to be. So while I'm fairly bullish on Bean, it's just not this year. It's just, Zach Werenski's still too far ahead of him on the depth chart, and Bean's not going to overtake him at any point this year. It'll, 2 or 3 years down the road, I think he can. He'll still get some meaningful time this year. We'll see if it's enough to be fantasy relevant.
Okay, so we have Werenski owners need not worry for another short little while. I mean, Columbus obviously made this huge commitment to him, and we'll see exactly what role they expect him to play with that commitment given. We have Brandon in the chat calling out, let's see, Mika, who is drafting, and I'm going to do my very best to pronounce where Mika is drafting from Järvenpää, originally from Kuopio. So welcome. So Mika Matti representing Finland, and this is his 5th year in the KKUPFL, and I believe now I'm nervous. I think it's his first time in Tier 1 too. And Brandon in the chat said that Mika should be very happy with some table talk. Also, Mika should be very happy getting Bergeron for $31 when Alex Barkov went next for $51 to Elon, drafting out of Toronto, of course. Mike, do you see there being a reason for such a big? Are you with Brandon that this is a huge win for getting Bergeron $20 less than Barkov cost?
I think Bergeron could probably be a top 10 center if he plays 80 games, right? That's the problem with Bergeron lately, is that he's not staying on the ice. Last year he only missed a couple games. The year before he missed 20 games. The year before that he missed 15 games. The year before that he missed 17 games. Like, he just misses too much hockey. So like, if you told me Patrice Bergeron was going to play 80 games, I'd say $31, absolute steal. But if that's Patrice Bergeron for 65 games or 66 games, it feels, probably about right.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a risk you're taking with Bergeron at 31. So, I mean, it's a calculated risk, though, having him around the same price as Tavares and point. And actually, Steven Stamkos also went for $28. I think I have a soft spot for Stamkos. I really like him, and I still think he's a 90 plus point player if things break right for him. And of course, if he stays healthy, I think getting him at the same price as Tavares and point is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I worry about Tavares. I worry about Stamkos a little bit. Like he really didn't look himself in the playoffs last year, or certainly not the Stamkos we knew of 5 years ago or whatever. And that's two, messed up off seasons in a row for them, right? Like back-to-back Cup champs. They have a somewhat shortened off season, from October to December, whatever it was last year. Last year. And then this year they go from, early October to, this year they go from early July or early August or whatever it was. They only got a couple months. So that's two real short off seasons in a row for Steven Stamkos, who has had a long, long history of pretty serious health problems. So, I think he can get back there. I just don't have the faith that he's going to stay healthy enough to do it. So him coming in at that price probably feels about right, factoring in maybe he misses 10 games or something like that.
All right. We're having some blanks filled in at the top of our Good Cupful Slow Draft ADP, which I'm also using to track auction prices here. So the top 19 or 20 players in the slow drafts are all off the board. We were waiting to see what Pastrnak and Rantanen went for after Kucherov at 56. Pasta went for 58 and Rantanen went for 49. So Pastrnak up there with Kucherov and Rantanen basically down there with Patrick Kane, followed by Marchand at 44 and Ovechkin at 53. So Ovechkin kind of the most expensive forward along with Alex Barkov after outside the top 10 in Cupful ADP. I mean, I want to believe that Ovechkin can keep going. Do we see, what do you think the ceiling is on how many goals Ovechkin can score this season, whether he can justify his auction value being up there with, well, I guess you already expressed your concerns about an injured Patrick Kane, but up there with Mikko Rantanen and Alex Barkov.
So what worries me about Ovechkin is that injury from Nicholas Backstrom that's just cropped up in preseason, right? It looks like Backstrom probably might not start the season with the team. And that's a concern. Sure, Ovechkin's probably going to play with Kuznetsov at 5-on-5 and they'll probably be able to score. But, taking Backstrom off that power play and adding somebody like Anthony Mantha, I like Mantha, but he is certainly not the playmaker that Nicholas Backstrom is. So how does Ovechkin overcome the loss of Backstrom with the man advantage? It'll be interesting to see if they can do that. That's my one concern for me. I still have Ovechkin as my number 6 winger on the year. He's probably my number 5 because I have him right behind Patrick Kane, and I think Patrick Kane's his injury problems put him behind Ovechkin for me. So Ovechkin's a top 5 winger for me. I'm still not super concerned about it. I really like that price for Mikko Rantanen coming in a lot lower than guys like Kucherov and Pastrnak. I have Rantanen and Pastrnak. Elon likes that. I have Rantanen and Pastrnak as basically identical players. So anytime you can save $6 or $7 for the same player, you gotta love it.
Yeah. Well, Elon, you're very excited. By the way,
I was big in on Pastrnak, and then I got outbid, so then I had to take Rantanen. So I'm definitely glad to hear that.
Well, yeah. you got what you wanted the second time around, at least.
Yeah, and you could just say it was all by design. We're going to hear more from all our managers who want to join us on the mic. We're still at the 45-minute mark at the draft, so things are, I think, still pretty intense. We're going to take a little short break in about 15 minutes, a humanitarian break for everybody drafting and take a quick pause, at which point we might invite some people on to talk about their teams. And then towards the end of the draft, as people run out of budget, they'll also probably be more willing to come join us, but everybody's in the mix. Dustin just added Sidney Crosby for $32, which is Patrice Bergeron money. And that to me seems pretty good. I feel like I expect Mike. I feel like I expect Crosby to play more than Bergeron this season. Maybe he'll miss a couple weeks at the outset, and then am I naive to hope he's just going to come back healthy and play almost all the games remaining?
See, that's the thing, right? Is he has to come back after those couple weeks and then not miss any more time. If he comes back and doesn't miss any more time, he'll play 74 games or whatever it is, and then that's perfectly fine for that price. It's just real tough, knowing he'll automatically miss 7, 8, 9 games or whatever it is, saying he'll play more than Bergeron. But I think it's worth the risk right where that price is. When he comes back with no Malkin around, he's going to get lots of ice time. So, no problem taking Crosby for that price.
And then let's actually turn our focus to D for a bit, because all the D that went in the top 40 of our couple drafts are now off the board. That's 7 defensemen. So we talked about Makar at 42. And I'm just going to go down the rest of the list in order of their ADP. Hamilton went for 39, Victor Hedman for 30, John Karlsson for 35, Adam Fox for 27, Roman Josi at 34, and Darnell Nurse at 28. So a bit of a ping pong auction values there, going from the high 20s to the mid 30s for a lot of these guys. I'm wondering, Mike, did any of those numbers in particular, and I know you might have just heard me say them, so tell me if they didn't, but did any of those numbers happen to stand out for you?
Yeah, the Darnell Nurse pick really stood out for me. I have him in this format as a top 5 defenseman. And the big reason is he brings absolutely monster peripherals, right? He can probably bring close to 350 block shots plus hits, which is just a monster total. Now, other guys can bring totals like that as well, but not all of them can back it up with, 10 or 12 goals and 40 points or something like that. I really like that price for Darnell Nurse. I think, like I said, I have him ranked as a top 5 defenseman. I think he can be in the mix for the number 1, depending on how the power play time breaks for him. I know he's definitely going to lose some time. Obviously Tyson Barrie is going to run the top unit, and as long as it's humming along, Tyson Barrie is going to keep running that top unit. But I have Darnell Nurse as single-digit power play points and still a top 5 defenseman anyway. So I really, really like that buy on Darnell Nurse. Maybe, that team is even deeper this year offensively. If they can score even more, maybe he can put up close to 50 points.
That would be amazing. I've been very loud about my I won't call it disbelief, my low faith in Darnell Nurse being able to for sure improve on his numbers offensively last year or match them. I still went ahead and drafted him for my cupful team in tier 2. And it was a kind of he's not the sort of guy I usually go for. I don't like guys who had this unsustainable offense, but as you mentioned, that floor is so good, and it seems like by osmosis, he should be able to do decently offensive, and that's why he's a top 5. So Mika from out of Finland, who drafted him, and I both appreciate your praise of Darnell Nurse. We had, by the way, Jacob Chychrun go shortly after at $32. So still in there with that group of D that we just mentioned, sort of at the top of the draft board, who are all going for similar values. I don't know how Roman Josi ended up being one of the more expensive of the bunch. Should we be changing our valuation of Roman Josi this season compared to last year? It was, Roman Josi, John Karlsson. You want one of them. Absolutely, for sure. This year, Roman Josi is kind of in like the pack in the second tier. Do you see a reason to get super excited about him or worried, or just expect more of the same?
I'm not super concerned about Roman Josi. I mean, I know people aren't super high on Nashville as an offensive juggernaut, and I'm not either. It looks like they're stacking their top line with Johansson, Duchesne, and Forsberg, which really doesn't leave a lot through the rest of the lineup for any scoring. But it's not like Roman Josi has needed super high scoring teams in the past, right? Like if we look, those teams from 5 and 6 years ago, when Forsberg was just getting there and that cup core was just starting to get their feet under him, he was putting up 50 and 60 points on bad teams as it was anyway. The concern with Josi is that he doesn't hit, and hits are a component here. But blocks bring more points anyway, and he can usually bring you a fair amount of blocks. Yossi, quote unquote, fell off last year and still paced for 57 points or something like that. So if that's a bad year for him, he could improve and get back over 60. I think Yossi's probably, I haven't valued as a top 5 defenseman in this format. We'll see. I think that price is fair for him. Other people might think it's too much. Yossi's going to be one of those guys. He's going to go in a lot of different spots in a lot of different drafts.
Yeah. And it's probably just a, 2 or 3 rank difference amongst defensemen. Here it was, a $4 or $5 difference, which it's hard, especially as Josi, I think, was one of the last D from, his sort of draft tier to go, which, can spike the price just a little bit as a certain rank of guy begins to get scarce. Let's look at some other recent results. We've got Andre Palat going to Elon for $4. He's someone I've avoided just because I'm not I think he's going to have to play a substantial role, but he just won't have that power play role. So we'll see. I mean, Palat, the question is it $4 or is it $2?
Yeah, to be fair, my auction values had him at 7. I wasn't planning on bidding on Palat today. I even thought 7 was a bit high based on the projections I saw. But then when I saw for 4, it's I'll take the guy on the top line with Kucherov and Braden Point, right?
Yeah, well, even without top power play, that could be good enough for 55, 60 points. And we know the Lightning are going to be looking for some more help in production. I don't know if that really does affect Palat. But I think $4 seems pretty reasonable. We'll see when more $4 guys go off the board. We see Elias Pettersson. This centerman price point of $28 is extremely popular. He joins all the others that we've mentioned, Tavares, Point, and Stamkos going off the board at $28. And now we've seen Chris Letang become the least expensive defenseman at the top of the draft board, going for $25 to Patrick, who's drafting out of Nivsta, Sweden. And he adds Letang to his decor of Adam Fox and Joe Pavelski. And that's it. Patrick has 3 players so far. He's actually one of the managers who has a lot of his budget remaining, one of the top 3 budgets. Actually, it's really interesting. I saw Patrick's team sort of just hanging out with Adam Fox and Joe Pavelski. I see Mark's team over. Mark's drafting out of Dublin. You might know him as the host of the KKUPFL Stat Attack podcast. Oh, and with John Newhold, which I didn't mention at the start, is the former host of the KKUPFL Stat Attack podcast. So Mark is sitting with $34 Connor Hellebuck in net, and that's it. And another team that's been light on the budget so far is Kyle, who still has amassed 4 players, including Elias Pettersson at $28. But before that, he picked up a $4 Trevor Zegras, $16 Quinn Hughes, and a $19 Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. So has as many players as a lot of other teams, but more budget remaining. So trying to get those budget picks out of the way early is what it looks like Kyle is doing. And I'm curious to see how Kyle, Patrick, and Mark use their budget advantage going forward, because they really do have more than a lot of other teams. I'm just sorry. Obviously, I'm looking as I'm saying this just to make sure it's true. All right. We have Mark Stone going for $29, Jason Robertson going for $16. Mike, Dallas has always has really frustrated me, trying to project them and rank them and figure out what in the world is happening. We've seen some, a few years back, some crazy offense that was amazing and exciting. And then they went into defense mode and all their star players just had awful seasons. And then last season with Sagan and Radulov injured, we saw guys like Robertson and Hintz step up. So now it's another new situation for Dallas and they also have a new coach from a couple years ago too. The last time Sagan played and didn't do well was with, I forget his name, but it's probably all the better. Yeah. Okay. So now I think it's Rick Bowness behind the bench still. And I don't know. I really don't know. This team confuses me. Radulov, he's older, but he's looked pretty dangerous when he's been given the opportunity. You've got Jason Robertson, Rupe Hintz up and coming, but they weren't battling for depth chart space last year with Seguin and Radulov, who also, the last time they were healthy and playing a lot, weren't battling with Robertson and Hintz for depth chart space. Of course, Jamie Benn is not even in this conversation. I've given up on him. You can tell me if I'm wrong to have done that. But how do you see this Dallas forward group playing out and how valuable they are? Because Sagan's someone I've always been excited for in my fantasy drafts. He always seems to fall since he, has been in Dallas. He seems to fall further than he deserves. But this is the first year I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to let him fall.
Yeah, the Dallas situation is an interesting one. And it's actually one of the teams that I've written about. Like, I wrote about their lineup dilemma extensively at Dauber Hockey in one of my ramblings, because they are in an interesting situation, because I think they have basically 7 very good forwards, right? So they can do one of two things. They can either stack their top 2 lines and leave somebody to flounder on their own on the third line, or they can stack one line and then have 2 and 2, right? So go like a 3-2 and 2, and it looks like they're going with the 3-2 and 2 because Joel Kiviranta is playing with Seguin and Radulov, and then you had Robertson together with Pavelski and Hintz, and then Ben with Gurianov and somebody else on the third line,
which shows how much attention we're paying to Jamie Benn.
Well,
Michael Raffle, I think, has been.
Raffles.
Wild.
Yeah, that's who it was. So you have what looks like 3 fairly balanced lines, but when you talk about competition for ice time, like, nobody got a ton of ice time last year anyways. Go look at the winger ice time. They had one winger get more than 18 minutes a game, right? So, like, how much more ice time are they realistically going to lose? Like, Rope Hintz last year played 18-14 a night. He's probably going to play that again, right? Because he's going to be their number 2 center. He's locked into that top power play role. He plays, both ends of the ice in all situations, not all situations, most situations for them. I'm not super concerned about the ice time. The ice time I'm concerned about is guys, the older players. It's the Sagans, it's the Radulovs, it's the Bens. Those are the guys that are going to get their ice time, I think, conserved as this team prepares for a hopeful cup run. I'm not super concerned about like the Hintzes of the world, or the Robertsons. Gurianov might see some ice time dings, but I don't think we expected big minutes from him anyway. But you're right. It is just a fascinating situation. And I think Dallas is one of the sneaky quiet teams in the West. Not a lot of people are talking about them, but like I said, they can run 3 good lines. They have pretty good top 4, and they've got good goaltending. So Dallas, they're one of my dark horse teams out West.
Yeah. They also seem, I wouldn't call them like the Chicago, like similar, like in terms of volatility. I could just see this year going, actually, it feels like it's going to go really well for them. I guess that situation.
Yeah, I think they're a tier above Chicago. I have them as comfortably as a playoff team, but I mean,
right. But in terms of,
we see stuff happen in hockey. Comfortably as a playoff team in early October doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, they just seem like maybe not around the same preseason projection as Chicago, but just I feel like there's some volatility there, and maybe I'm wrong. I just their goaltending situation weirds me out. Between Hudobin and adding Holtby when they had Edinger already and rumored to want to move on from Anton Hudobin for so long. Speaking of goalies, let's talk about some who've gone off the board. Igor Shesterkin goes off the board at $21 to Mark. And just before that, okay, some of these teams saving budget, they're spending some on goalies. So we've got Mark going with Shesterkin for $21. And we have, let's see, it was Kyle who took Cam Talbot for $10, who, Mike, to me, Cam Talbot seems like a really solid fantasy goalie. And I don't know if I'm over, like, I've never loved Cam Talbot, but in his space where he is in Minnesota, where I don't think Kaapo Kähkönen is mounting such a substantial challenge this season, I think Cam Talbot can be like what Devin Dubnyk used to do in Minnesota. Like, you don't have to be good. You just have to hold the fort and you're fine. And you're getting great fantasy stats while you do it. So that's where I still see Cam Talbot this season. Going for $10 seems like really good value to me, and he's fallen in drafts later than I would have expected. Where are you on his season this year?
Yeah, I see. I'm somebody that was relatively out on Cam Talbot because I saw him go pretty high in some drafts, like a top 10, top 12, or not top 10, but like a top 12, top 15 goalie, which I thought is kind of like pushing the limits of his value. But I like Talbot because you're exactly right. There's the system that they've had in Minnesota for years and years and years is jam up the middle, allow shots from the outside, don't give up the blue line easily, those types of things. That can lead to a lot of easy saves and, an artificially inflated save percentage for Cam Talbot. Man, I won a 15-team league last year on the backs of UC Saros and Cam Talbot. So, like, you don't need Andre Vasilevsky or Connor Hellebuck, these guys, to win a league.
Yeah, and Cam Talbot, I think is like you said, I think he's one of the safer bets. I mean, a lot of like last year, Kaapo Kähkönen had a really solid stretch before falling off. How long do you think it is before Kähkönen can step up and become either a timeshare guy or even take over a number one job in the NHL?
I think it's not going to be at least until next year because it really does look like Minnesota is pushing their chips in this year for a Stanley Cup run. Because those cap hits for the buyouts from Suter and Parise over the 2 seasons following this are just absolutely brutal. So I don't think, unless Talbot flounders and Kähkönen blows the doors off, I don't think Kähkönen's really a threat to take over as the number one this year. Starting next year, once the team's more in flux, yeah, I think then he has a real shot. But I think at least for 21, 22, it's Cam Talbot's net.
All right. So there you go. I think Cam Talbot's a great fantasy roster. I actually haven't been able to get him, even though I've been talking him up basically since last year when I did have him and he was really helping me out. And yeah, he's one of those guys that I just keep failing to get because I think I'm higher than everyone else. Anyway, whatever. I'm not jumping on him when I should. So we're in a little draft pause right now. I am just gonna go through. I haven't been in the YouTube chat, but I am going to sort of...
I could give you the updates here.
Okay, throw me the updates, Elon. I saw your messages. I'm in it now.
There's a guy named Kyle who we don't need to dig it since you already talked about the Stars a lot, but he's definitely saying that he thinks Sagan Fresh is going to be amazing and Hintz isn't going to be as good as people think. There's also a question a while back. Ryan Downey was surprised about Nylander going for as low as he went, and he wanted you to talk about Nylander. So those are the two things I've noticed jumping out of the chat. And obviously lots of other great chatter from the group.
I love, by the way, I love seeing, I had no idea how many people were here live with us. So welcome and hello, everyone. It's about time I dare actually acknowledge you. Thanks for being here. So let's, I guess we'll look at Nylander. And Mike, by the way, we haven't actually set, like, this is going to go a long time. So anytime, like, we're live, but anytime you feel like you need to get going, you can just say so. I think that's the best way that I can find out. I can't even tell you to message me because my screen is full. But yeah, just give me a heads up. And like, it's been an amazing hour. Mike has been crushing it. Our drafters are crushing it. This is fantastic. Let's dig into William Nylander because he went for $18. Some comparables on the KKUPFL ADP would be Kevin Fiala, who's been drafted around the same spot, 70th overall, and went for $19. And Patrick Laine, who's being drafted around 80th overall in the KKUPFL, who went for $18. Mike, I guess like Nylander seems like a pretty solid 65 plus point bet. He's got great deployment, good situation, but he's not a huge shot taker. And I think that limits his value. Why, like, do you think William Nylander was a steal in this draft?
I wouldn't view it as a steal because, like you said, Kevin Fiala for $19. Like, I really, really like Fiala, and he's more of a player that's built for this type of fantasy league, right? If I'm not mistaken, Zach Hyman went earlier for about $18, which is about the same price as William Nylander. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins went for about the same price. So, like, I think it's kind of a fair value, but I'm not sure that Nylander has the upside that somebody like Laine or somebody like Hyman have. Like, Hyman playing power play 1, he could play almost every single minute this year with Connor McDavid, right? Like 5-on-5 power play, empty net, everything. That's pretty significant. And Patrick Laine, we know how good he can be if he goes on a real tear. Like, I don't know if we see, that 80-point season from Nylander because they're fairly deep on the wing. They signed so many wingers in the offseason. Like, they're going to be putting NHL wingers in the AHL. So, like, it seems like they kind of want to balance out their lineup a little bit more. And I think that keeps Nylander from being a true, like, point per game threat, which he needs to be because he doesn't bring shots. He doesn't bring hits. He doesn't bring blocks. He doesn't bring that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a really good summary. We know that his ceiling seems to be a little lower than some of the other guys you might find, like someone else around his cupful ADP. You've got Brock Besser, you've got David Perron, Ryan O'Reilly, Sean Couturier. And if you ask me to rank the upside of all these guys, Nylander would still be, like you said, he wouldn't be at the front of the pack just because his deployment seems pretty set in stone. There's not a lot of wiggle room. And as talented as he is, the Leafs don't need to rely on him the same way some of those guys, other teams need to be relying on them. Curiously, Blake Wheeler going in the same area as Nylander and Fiala. So we'll see, especially after we've kneecapped him in this in our analysis. We'll see where he goes this draft. We've got UC Saros off the board now. Ilya Sorokin, there's a bit of a goalie run happening, which in an auction just means goalies keep getting nominated and anyone can have as many as they want. But Ilya Sorokin went for $4 to John Newhold's team. John drafting at Newcastle, again, former fast track champion, and actually one of the designers of the fast track and a big contributor to our community. So thanks, John, for that. He gets Sorokin for $4, which I think even with a healthy Varlamov is still pretty decent value, assuming he plays, say about 40 games, puts up good numbers in those games. He's someone you don't have to worry about. So I like that for $40. And then we see, or for $4, excuse me. And then we see Dave on behalf of Lewis drafting UC Saros for $20. You think Saros can do what he did again? Do next year again what he did this past year? Mike, he and Demko have been obviously sort of like the breakout goaltending performers from last year. Saros, what do you think his chances are of being able to keep this up, especially behind a Nashville team that is a little bit lost in the woods right now?
Yeah, I think he kind of hit it there right at the end. I'm worried about his team. Like, losing Ryan Ellis, I like that impact can't be understated. I talked earlier about Nikolai Ehlers being one of the most underrated players in the NHL. Like, Ryan Ellis is right up there neck and neck. Like, I think Ryan Ellis is a top 10 defenseman. At least, now he's a little bit older. Maybe he wasn't now. He has been a top 10 defenseman for, 5 years or whatever it was. You don't replace that. You can't replace that right away. You might be able to play, Philippe Myers a little bit more, Dante Fabro a little bit more, maybe offset, the bottom six somehow. But you don't replace those. You don't replace Ellis. You just can't. And I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on like guys like Fabro, guys like Myers, guys that are under 25 years old that don't have a lengthy track record. I love Saros as a goalie. I've loved him since he's a prospect. I've had him on, fantasy teams basically his entire career. I said earlier, I won a big league last year with him as my number one. It's just the team around him is very concerning. And when I see somebody like Sorokin go for $4, for $16 less than Saros, like maybe it speaks more to just how good a value Sorokin was than Saros was, I should say.
Yeah, to clarify on goalie value, because right at the start, when we were talking about Vasilevsky, you're like, well, it tells, how valuable are goalies in this league. So last year, goalies were really just blowing up everywhere. It was such a weird year. So we actually decreased the risk of starting a goalie this season in response to that. So this year, the penalty for a goal against is lower, which I think will help someone like UC Saros be able to catch up to someone like Ilya Sorokin. It doesn't really help the guys who are already at the front of the pack. It just sort of squishes up the guys mid and bottom pack where, if you start John Gibson, like I freaking did 30 times last season and hated every minute of it, you're not putting yourself at the same risk. So UC Saros, risky at $20. Sorokin, so safe at $4. And I think that's probably, I'm worried about Saros, but in a league where you're not going to get hit too hard by goals against or meltdowns. Yeah, I guess he's an interesting get at $20. That's someone whose value I'll be curious to see how it plays out. The last player off the board now has been Mark Scheifele at $31. So just going in that Bergeron Crosby range, a few bucks ahead of all those other $28 guys. We've got Tyson Barrie at $25 and Aaron Ekblad at $27. So a couple defensemen. But two different kinds, right? Because Aaron Ekblad is someone you can rely on to, I think, put up a few more peripherals night in, night out. Like he's gotten some of his shot taking mojo back that he'd lost for a couple years. And then you have Tyson Barrie, who's like, yeah, he's going to feast on the top power play. But if he doesn't pick up a point on the top power play on a given night, you might be seeing very little value from him. So how do you balance that sort of floor ceiling, because Barry's ceiling is huge being on the top power play in Edmonton. How do you balance the sort of floor ceiling formula between those guys who went around the same dollar price?
I mean, I think Barry's floor is just incredibly high, because the thing is when you have a top power play with Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and Zach Hyman, you have to be terrible to lose your role. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem very, very likely that Tyson Barrie is going to give up that role on the power play by the end of November or something like that, right? So as long as he keeps that role, he's going to put up, 60 points or whatever it is, and that's just fine. Aaron Ekblad, it's funny that you bring up the peripherals, because that's something that I actually wrote about recently. I think it was just this week at Dobber Hockey. He only has 58 hits over his last 102 games. Despite him he's 6'4", 220 pounds, and he's good for a half a hit a game. He just doesn't hit at all. He can definitely play defense, and he's an excellent defenseman. He does it with his stick and body positioning and things like that. But you don't care about his stick positioning in fantasy hockey, right? You want him to crash and bang. So that's the thing about Ekblad is, like, I think he's a 60-point threat this year. I think he can put up 25 power play points. I think he can have a great year. I just don't know if the peripherals are going to be as high as maybe some people are going to hope they get from him. Like, he's not a Seth Jones or Darnell Nurse. He's just not.
Yeah, and he has this reputation from early in his career where, he threw just about over a hit per game and reliably, like, there was a season where he had more than a block per game. He's never been huge, but he always seemed to be reasonably safe. But yes, I'm with you. He also shot Aaron Ekblad 11% last season on his way to a 52-point pace, which we've cracked on Darnell Nurse for essentially doing the same thing, except Darnell Nurse 4% shooter the rest of his career, where Aaron Ekblad has frequently been a pretty high converter at 7 or 8%. So even if that shooting percentage does regress a little, I expect the shots to still keep coming. He's on this super dangerous power play unit in Florida, and I think he's still got a shot to crack 50-point pace for the third consecutive season, which would be really nice. Seems like Joel Quenneville likes him, which is always a good thing to have going for you. We have Jake Gensel, who's gone off the board at 36, which means almost everybody drafted in the top 50 in the Cupful is now off the board. I guess I won't name the guys who are left, or I will, because this is for the people out there. So Max Pacioretty's still on the board, Robin Lehner, Nick Ehlers, Shea Theodore, and Tyler Seguin are the top 50 ADP guys from the Cupful who are still not drafted. And we have Johnny Gaudreau. Oh, okay. Johnny Gaudreau. I just want to say Johnny Gaudreau, Mike, and let you talk. I have so many questions about Johnny Gaudreau. I don't even know where to start.
He's one of the more fascinating players in hockey, I think, just because of the way his career's gone. I wrote about him in the offseason, or in the last offseason last year at Dobber Hockey. And one of the things I wrote about is that I think when Johnny Gaudreau broke into the league back in 2014 or whatever it was a different game back then, right? Like, we're only talking 7 years, but the way the game's played now, like, every defenseman has to be able to skate and be mobile. Not every, but most defensemen have to be able to skate, be mobile. Most defensemen have to be able to move the puck. You don't see goons on the fourth line that are there. You don't see the Colton Orrs of the world anymore. It's a vastly different game than when Johnny Gaudreau got in the league. And I think the league caught up to him faster than he improved, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of why you're seeing him struggle a little bit. I still think all the talent's there. In fact, Calgary's one of the teams, is another one of my dark horse teams out west. I think they were considerably better under Sutter. than their win-loss record showed. Losing Giordano does hurt, but I still think they can run 3 lines. I still think Jacob Markstrom's a pretty good goalie. I think Sutter's going to help a lot. I think Johnny Gaudreau definitely has point per game potential back in him. I think he can do it this year. It's just a matter of, does he get the ice time to do it? Does he get the line mates to do it? We'll see.
Yeah, and with what you said, that seems to me like that puts him in that sort of Fiala Nylander territory we talked about.
Yeah, under $20 would probably feel about right.
Yeah, so there you go. $19 goes to Mark. Thatcher Demko, of course, went for the exact same price as UC Saros to Harrison, as we essentially predicted. And Shea Theodore off the board to Kyle at $23. And Brent Burns also off the board to Kyle at $21. Kyle, by the way, drafting out of Canton, Michigan, his 5th year in the Cupful, and Kyle won my division last season. So he finished first in the division we played in together. So if he wins the Ultimate Championship this year, that just means I lost to the best, which is great. Like Elon hates that take, so that's the only reason I dropped it in there. We have Robin Lehner on the board now, who is bringing attention. Sorry, is bringing attention to a lot of concerns he has about the way the NHL operates over the last 24 hours. He's obviously shared a lot about his own mental health path in the past, and now is calling out teams for giving too many drugs to their players that, can't be responsibly given out. And this all sort of stemmed from the Jack Eichel Buffalo situation, when Robin Lehner played in Buffalo with Jack Eichel, saying like, how are they controlling his body and what he can choose? And I actually I bring all this up, Mike, just to say, does this impact, how much of that do you, Robin Lehner, active on social media, not afraid to share his opinion, happy to, this to me is advocacy. It's in maybe a way that will not be received well by everyone. I wonder how it will be received by his own team. Is this something that you take into consideration in your fantasy drafts?
I mean, unless it's something very serious, like a police investigation or something like that, I don't really take off ice activity into account. I don't really care what guys do on social media. I should say I applaud Robin Lehner for doing this specifically. I agree with you. It is advocacy. It's not just hockey. It's any sport. We know what goes on in the trainer's room is just an absolute horror show. So I'm glad that he's speaking out about this, but generally speaking, I don't really care what a player does in their personal life or does on social media or all that. If I start moving my dollar values around based off TMZ.com, I think I've completely lost the plot.
Yeah, that's I think that's fair. Yeah, you just the only in the back of my head, I mean, it's not like Las Vegas has any other choices, and I would hope that they support him.
I don't think he would say this unless they did, unless it was a different environment in Vegas than it was in other cities.
Right.
I don't think he would go and just throw his entire organization under the bus 10 days before the season.
Right. So I hope good things come of it. Rick Westhead jumped on to added context to the tweets last night. If you're curious, there's some, it's stuff that needs to be put into the light, and it's great. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully it helps people. Okay. Back into draft value. So Vegas, speaking of Vegas, Mika grabbed Max Pacioretty for $36, but Kyle grabbed Theodore, Brent Burns, and Robin Lehner 3 in a row. Lehner went for $17, which I think is great. Set below the value of Demko and Saros. To me, that's incredible, because I think he'll see the same workload as them without half the danger.
Any concern, Brian, that and Mike, that Leonard's never seen that workload before? I know everyone assumes this is the year he gets it.
But
that's I've been writing about that at Dauber Hockey, is that I don't know. They brought in Marc-Andre Fleury specifically because they didn't want to give Robin Lehner 60 starts or whatever it was, right? And then this offseason, they go and get Laurent Brossoit, he's not just some guy. He's an excellent backup. So, I think Leonard probably plays somewhere between like 50 and 55 games, but I don't think this is a season where he sees like 63 starts or something like that. I just don't see it happening.
He did see a starter's workload or close to it for a few years, a couple years in Buffalo. One was really strong at 920. The other was like ish average, 908. And then he played for the Islanders, of course, and put up a 930 in 46 games. So I don't know. Yeah, like that's definitely a legit concern. We've seen great things from Poisson when he was backing up Connor Hellebuck. Had a bit of a like, we haven't seen him be quite as dominant in his start since that season a couple of years ago where he did step up. But I think, Vegas could be a good situation for him. Of course, he makes for a really strong spot start. I just have a question in the chat about a player who hasn't been taken yet, but sure, let's just go for it. Also Kyle in the chat is pointing out that Gensel has COVID, which is true. I guess that would be a relevant thing to mention on a fantasy hockey podcast when we mention Gensel's name, although I'm not, to me, like he's vaccinated. I don't know what the protocol is from here. I apologies for not having memorized that yet, but I'm not, Mike, I see a bit of a shrug or a gasp.
I'm not sure on the protocol either. I think he can return after 10 days in back-to-back negative tests or something like that. So like he could realistically be back for the start of the season. So
let's focus on it.
I'm with you. As long as he's vaccinated, I'm not super concerned.
Yeah, right. And so long as they can let him back as soon as possible. Let's focus on a couple guys, speaking of back for the start of the season, a couple guys whose status is up in the air, who have gone recently. So we've got Jack Eichel, went for $8 a while ago. And then Patrick drafted Evander Kane for $12. And of course, Evander Kane has like sexual assault allegations against him right now. So let's acknowledge that and how that might be bigger than fantasy hockey. At the same time, we're getting a lot of questions about what to do. I mean, Eichel and Kane are in very different situations, but what to do about these guys who you don't know if they're going to play. My answer is usually, if you're going to take one, you just need to make sure to take them at a point where you're not sacrificing your whole draft, and you need to be ready to really nail it with a few other picks and on the waiver wire to just survive until you get the contributions you're hoping to get from them. Mike, how are you? Like, are you touching either of these guys, or is it generally like, no thanks?
I'll just say in general, players like this, the way I approach it is the way I approach a tournament in daily fantasy. When I enter a tournament in daily fantasy, I just assume I'm going to lose. That's just the way it goes. If I put in $100, I just assume I'm going to lose $100 that night. If I win, great. That's the way I look at it. So if I draft somebody like Jack Eichel or Evander Kane, I'm expecting 0 games. That's the way I have to look at it. I can't go out here and expect, 40 games from Eichel or in 65 or 70 games from Evander Kane. I have to start from the baseline that I'm going to get nothing from them and build my team around the fact that I might get 0 games from them. What does the rest of my lineup look like if they don't ever step in the lineup? That's something that you have to realistically think about, because that's one of the outcomes for both of their situations, is that neither of them steps on the ice this year. So you have to be prepared to just get absolutely nothing from them. And what do you do if you get nothing from them? So you absolutely have to have a plan of what to do if you get 0 games.
Exactly. Have a plan, know what you're getting into, and then, you might be able to really be laughing if you can survive long enough to start getting your contributions here. A couple more names off the board. We have, so Blake Wheeler ended up going for $18, right in the same area as Nylander and Fiala, the guys who we had similar ADP to. Also, David Perron in that neighborhood also went for $18. Morgan Riley for $15, and Jacob Markstrom went for $17. I mean, I've been talking all off season, like the same as you, about Calgary has potential to surprise. He could thrive in a Darryl Sutter system. He's the no doubt starter in Calgary. I think that's great. Like, Markstrom and Talbot are 2 guys I would really like to have on my team in fantasy. I have neither of them in any of my leagues so far, but it looks pretty good to me at 17.
Yeah, like when I look at the other prices, I think you said Demko went for $20, right?
Yeah.
So when I see Markstrom, who's probably going to have about the same workload on a better team for $3 cheaper. I like Markstrom, so I really like that buy there for $17.
Just seeing. So who else? So Mika has Markstrom. That's his first goalie. Okay. So at this point, we have a lot of players off the board. I don't have a running count. Oh, and Sagan's up now. If any, I'll just throw this out. If any managers want to feel comfortable stepping on, I see some of you are running low on budget. Curiously, interestingly, I should say, Kyle has the most players with 9 of his 18 players drafted, and also the second most average budget per player remaining, with just under $11 to spend on his remaining 9. So he's really filled out his roster with a lot of lower value guys. And I think that his most expensive player was $28, which is in contrast to everyone else who might have been $55 to $83. So I'm curious to see how this works out for Kyle. But yeah, if there are any managers, you can raise your hand in this little Zoom call we're in. And I will be so happy to bring you on. All right.
I'm always up for it.
Oh, so Elon. So let me tell you about your team. So Elon, you're the one who got Eichel. So you can tell us about that.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Oh,
Joe messed up. Joe's messing with everybody and calling himself Elon. I don't know why, because I think it's a mistake. I think people are bidding against him because they think he's me. So I think Joe made a bad decision. But
so that's working against Joe and in your favor. Okay,
it's my turn to nominate someone, so I'll just mute for a sec.
Okay. Elon's name in this draft is also not Elon. It's Praising Parisi, which is because Elon lost a little draft that he and I did with Jeremy as a playoff pool, and Jeremy won it and Elon lost it, which meant that, and Dave was in it too. Anyway, so the winner of that got to name the loser's team for this draft, and there it is. So Elon is Praising Parisi. Elon's team so far has Barkov at center. He's got Palat, Nylander, and Connor on Rantanen on the wings. And D'Angelo and Barry on D. So Elon, you want to, how are you feeling at this point? We're almost 90 minutes into the draft. Walk us through what you've been up to.
All right. Yeah. Fleury's up for bid and it's a bit too pricey for me. So I guess I can chat for a sec. Yeah. I'm excited, obviously, to get Barkov and Rantanen. If you look at the order of how people got drafted, a lot of the studs went before those guys. So I was getting down to not having many more options left. And I did have the idea that I wanted to get a couple first rounders in terms of ADP out of this draft. So I did bid a little bit higher on Barkov than I was planning to, but then I got a bit of a discount on Rantanen. So in the end, my Finnish friends will hopefully help me out. They're both Finnish, right? I think so. Anyway, so I'm happy with that. I did the first bid in the whole draft was, Kemper's up. One sec here. Let's get in on that. I took D'Angelo first for 16. That was exactly what his value was on my spreadsheet. Since then, all the values have gone down because I made my spreadsheet adapt for if more money comes off the board than I'd expect, then that means that there's less money for all the remaining players. So maybe I bid too much on D'Angelo, but the way I see it, if he wasn't this flight risk potential to get kicked off the team or something, I think that people would expect him to be in a really good spot, basically taking over for what Dougie Hamilton did. One sec. I just got Kemper. No, did I just get Kemper?
Yeah, you got Kemper for $13.
Boom.
While talking. Kemper wasn't even nominated when you started talking.
I basically have a spot on my team that I was planning on taking a goalie for up to 14 as my number one goalie. So when I saw Kemper, I knew that I had ranked as higher than 14. So I assumed he's a guy I wouldn't get. So for all these guys, I've just been bidding up to my max. So I would have gone up to 14 for Kemper. But look at that. Hopefully he stays healthy, and hopefully Francouz is just a backup. And I got a starter on Colorado. We all saw how good Grubauer was last year. Brad, I'm feeling great. I got to focus now.
Okay, you get back into it. Mike, what do you think of Kemper? How many games do you think he can start, taking into account his injury history, the presence of Francouz, his newness to Colorado? I'm actually, I'm a little shy on Kemper this season. I'm wondering how you feel, how confident you feel that Kemper is going to play a near number one workload and do really well with it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him get to the 60 start mark or anything like that. If we can get him somewhere in the 50 to 55 range, I think that would be, a pretty good season for him. His career's high so far is 55. Francouz is I'm not as high on him as other people are. I don't think there's unless Kemper gets hurt, I don't think there's a realistic scenario where Francouz, threatens to take the top spot or anything like that. I think this season is going to be, more than anything, is going to be about managing Kemper to get him healthy to the playoffs. Because we remember a couple of years ago, they lost their number one and their number two, and that probably cost them a spot, to get to the Stanley Cup Finals. So I think that this season is going to be about getting to the playoffs healthy, and that probably keeps Kemper from starting 60 or 65 games. But I don't think Francouz runs away and it's a split start situation either. I think they're going to try to get Kemper to 50 as long as he stays healthy.
So Kemper pretty safe as a 1A starter, and on a team, for as much that's said about Colorado's offense, their defense is very, very strong too, like league leading. So it's a nice place to find yourself, especially Darcy Kemper has been doing harder things in Arizona for a while. So we'll see. And hopefully he's not one of those guys who really thrives being super busy and challenged and doesn't know how to play now that he's well protected by a really strong team. Here's a name that went right off the board after him. So Sam Reinhart goes to Joe's team for $17, which, we've named a lot of players in that area. Anze Kopitar also went for $17. So there's another player in that neighborhood. I guess we don't know. I don't know. How comfortable are you, Mike, that you can project the Florida depth chart at this moment?
I feel pretty comfortable saying that Reinhart is going to skate on the top line with Barkov, and as long as they don't falter, that line is going to stay together. I mean, Verhaeghe just got hurt as well, so as long as that line doesn't fall through, I think it's more the power play time that we have to worry about. Is Reinhart going to stay on the top power play? Is he going to be locked there? I don't think it really matters like a whole lot. Like, he's going to get enough power play time through the year to be valuable, even if it's not, all the power play 1 minutes all through the year. I think there's a chance that he just does get that. And maybe, Reinhart is to Barkov like Hyman is to McDavid, and they just skate every single minute together, save for maybe some penalty kill time. So Reinhart is a guy that I'm super high on too, right around that, $17, $18, $19 mark, with all the rest of those centers and wingers seems fine to me. So chalk that up as a perfect value.
A ton of upside too, right? He's one, I'd say his upside is closer to Fiala's than it is to more similar to Fiala's, who's, can be sky high too, rather than Nylander, who, maybe we feel more comfortable about where he is in the lineup, but his ceiling may be limited. I'm going to just jump into the YouTube chat for a second here. I mentioned a while ago that I had a question about a player who wasn't off the board. He's still not off the board, but let's take it anyway. The question's from Nelson, and it says, would you say you have, quote, low faith in Kirby Dach? No, I wouldn't say I have low faith in Kirby Dach. I guess I'm not sure. It seems like he's been written off really early. I actually saw someone who was talking about how they were more interested in Tyler Johnson than Kirby Dach just because some preseason happenings. And for me, no way. I still have very little interest in Tyler Johnson as a whole, but I have some in Kirby Dach, who we've seen some great, like last year was supposed to be his coming out party. And then of course he was injured. He came back at the end, was a bit of a non-factor for most of the time he was playing. But he's still young, right? This is going to be just his age 21 season. And I think he still has, I think his upside is probably around 60 points, especially if he can land on that top power play unit. Mike, where are you on how Kirby Dach fits into Chicago?
Here's the tough thing. Ben Pope, who writes for the Chicago Star-Tribune, if I'm not mistaken, he was writing a few days ago about how Tyler Johnson is basically the focal point of their power play. Like, they were not necessarily running things through him, but they were finishing things with him. It was either him or Alex DeBrincat. And Johnson's been on that top line every single minute from day one of training camp. So like I'm kind of with you. Like, I find it hard to believe Tyler Johnson's going to go from healthy scratch from Tampa Bay at times to top line 18, 19 minutes, 18 minutes a night for Chicago. but it certainly seems like it's trending in that direction. And I think, maybe it's to help out Taves and Doc a little bit. Maybe it's, Taves isn't quite right to 100% just yet. Maybe they want to shelter Doc a little bit, maybe, thinking they gave him too much too fast or something like that. Even if Doc puts up 60 points, he's not a volume shooter. He doesn't hit, he doesn't block shots, he doesn't bring all that stuff. So like, I'm still kind of in on Tyler Johnson because he's going late enough in drafts where like it's not going to cost you anything. I think right now you'd have to put Tyler Johnson ahead of Doc in your fantasy drafts just because of what they're showing in the preseason and just how important it seems like they want to make Tyler Johnson a piece of that top line, top power play.
Okay. I will open my mind further to Tyler Johnson actually like seeing this roll through. It is really strange to think, especially because, ever since being part of the triplets, we've always been hoping for great things from him. And he's never really delivered, even though he's had it like extended looks in some really great spots in Tampa before moving on. It's been a long time since he was anything more than like at best a 50-point player. Yeah. So we'll see if Tyler Johnson can reclaim some of that in Chicago. To me, it's weird. But hey, weird has never stopped NHL teams from doing anything before.
I think, sorry, just to cut in, I think what they want to do is make sure they can give themselves 3 lines, right? Because if you put Tyler Johnson with the Brinkat and Kane, then you can put, Taves on the second line with Kubalik, and then you can put Doc on the third line, with Hagel or whomever, right? Then you can act, because they haven't had a third line on that team in years. So, maybe it's something that they actually want to do to try to lengthen out the lineup, knowing that Tyler Johnson's not the same player as Doc, not as good, but that means Doc will be better suited to carry a third line.
Right. Okay. So yeah, again, I gotta be, it's almost like Tyler Johnson is this year's Kirby Doc. It's like, it feels very strange to be saying, but I will do my best to adjust.
I could guarantee you if Kirby Doc gets nominated for $1, I'll be surprised. I don't think he's getting drafted in this draft because why are you drafting a third liner on Chicago? Pick him up off the waivers if something, changes in the deployment. But for now, he's useless for me in a 1-year league.
That feels the same to me. But I just, but that still doesn't necessarily put him above or below Tyler Johnson, right? As being someone who won't be drafted. So I guess we'll see if Tyler Johnson is drafted in the later rounds of this auction draft. A couple more results. So we have Thomas Chabot at $26. This is how you know, by the way, that everyone drafting, these guys are pros. Nick Elders went for $33. He was one of the last players in the top 50, a cupful ADP to go. And his value was like exactly aligned. Like he went like, I don't know, 50, 75, 100 spots behind some other guys who are probably about equal value based on their fantasy points per game and like a couple ADP. But his value at $33 was like exactly in the neighborhood of all the other guys around him. So everyone has already calibrated their values regardless of when a player goes in the draft. Very consistent. We've seen Barzal for 17, Nicholas Backstrom for $8, Jordan Binnington for 13, and Ivan Provorov for 13. Mike, let me ask you how you see Philadelphia's defense playing out. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to value Ellis versus Provorov versus Ristolainen, but if you could have one Philly defenseman that you think is going to have the most fantasy upside in a league that, yes, primarily rewards points, but also recognizes some peripheral stats, who are you going with first of that group?
I mean, if things break right for him, the guy in that group is Ivan Provorov, right? If he can take over that top power play unit, keep it all season, he can put up huge peripherals, he can put up 50 points, double-digit goals, he can give you... Ivan Provorov, if things break right for him, in Philadelphia, can be a top 5 fantasy defenseman. The problem is that Keith Yandel is there, and the only reason to have Keith Yandel on your team is to run your top power play. Like, there is no other reason to have Keith Yandel other than to run your power play. Maybe move the puck as a number 6 defenseman or something like that, whatever. But the main reason is to run that unit. So unless Philadelphia's power play just completely flops out of the gate, it'll be tough seeing Provorov getting those top power play minutes. So like I said, I love Provorov. I think $13, even if he doesn't get those top minutes, I think that's just fine because of what he can bring across the board. But if something happens to Yandel where maybe he's an injury, he's out for a couple months or something like that, or the power play is not great and he loses the role after 3 weeks, like I said, Ivan Provorov can be a top 5, top 10 definitely defenseman for the season.
Yeah. So like I was still just thinking about the Yandel signing, which still weirds me out because the last time he and Vino were together, it didn't go well. And now they're together again, which just seems strange. But like you said, the only reason for a team to bring someone like that in is to quarterback the top power play. It also, I don't know, it's so weird because they already had that guy, I think, in Shane Gostisbehere, and they exiled him from Philly. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, no, I thought the same thing. Like I like Gostisbehere. I think he's actually kind of a sneaky pick out there in Arizona. I get why they got rid of him and the cap space and all that, but I don't see adding Keith Yandel and Rasmus Ristolainen as an upgrade over what they had. I just don't.
Yeah, very strange sequence of events for Philly that we'll see how it plays out. A lot of weird offseason moves, including the Rangers, but Taylor Hall being acquired by Boston, I think was incredible. I don't know how they just walked right into that one. No problem. $13 just went off the board. What do you see Taylor Hall's upside this season being though? Because there's no Krejci on the second line. He went back home for this year. And Taylor Hall is definitely seems very unlikely to be on the first line, which forever is Marchand, Bergeron, Pasternak. So from the second line as a secondary scorer in Boston, do you see Taylor Hall being able to surpass secondary scorer type numbers, or is he capped? Even as good a player as Taylor Hall is he capped at like 60, 65 points?
I was going to say about 70 points. I think could probably be his upside because they have been running the power play with him as the fourth forwards, and as long as he stays the fourth forward on the top power play unit, I think 70 points is definitely within reach for him. It's when they move somebody like Charlie Coyle or Craig Smith to the top power play unit, and Taylor Hall's moved off is when the troubles start happening. But I think 60 points is a reasonable floor as long as he keeps getting those top power play minutes. And I think 70 is definitely within reach.
Okay, so still could be a pretty valuable fantasy chip, but not the first or second rounder that you might have once thought him to be. And you definitely need to account. But it's crazy. Like Boston has him for when Marchand, Bergeron start getting old. It's like, oh, well, we just happen to have Taylor Hall lying around to step in. Like I've been very worried about Boston long-term for a while, and this doesn't totally change that. But man, does it help them, from falling off completely once Bergeron, Marchand age out. All right, let's see what else is going on. So we have Sam Bennett, who's gone off the board for $15. I guess I'm going to ask you a similar question as I did about Reinhart. We got 2 new Sams in Florida. Both seem to have oodles of potential. One we saw with their last team, Reinhart in Boston. One we saw in like 12 games in Florida, and that's Bennett. Do you think there's any chance that Bennett can really make us forget the player he's been forever in Calgary now that he's with Florida? Is he, there was a time, and even Calgary believed for a while that, hey, we're not getting the most out of Sam Bennett. We expect more and more and more than we've been seeing. And then everyone sort of gave up on him, but now he's got a new lease on life. What are the chances, Mike, that Sam Bennett can really, really take advantage of this?
I think they're good. I think that $15 for Sam Bennett is probably one of the best buys of the entire draft so far. I have Bennett as a top 15 center. I have him right in there with the Tavares, the Stamkos, the Braden Points in this type of format.
And at half the price.
Yeah, I know people are going to look at Bennett's season last year and say it was unsustainable and all that. And certainly there were some unsustainable numbers. I believe his individual points percentage or the rate at which he got a point once he was traded to Florida was 100%, which means every goal that was scored with him on the ice, he got a point on it. That's not going to keep up. That's going to fall off. He's not putting up 130 points this year. Okay. But he's playing with Jonathan Huberdeau on that second line. They're going to play, 17, 18 minutes a game. Huberdeau's probably one of the 5 best playmakers in hockey. And Sam Bennett, he didn't put up monster numbers in Calgary, but when you look under the hood, some of his micro stats, he had a 3-year span where he was in the 90th percentile in the league in controlled zone entries. Like when you're gaining the zone better than 90% of the league and your line mate is Jonathan Huberdeau, you're going to score some goals. And like, Sam Bennett's probably going to put up 200 shots. He's probably going to put up 150 hits. He's probably going to put up 60 to 70 points. He's probably going to put up 25 goals. I think he's going to be a fringe top 50 player. Like I said, I think that $15 buy is definitely one of the best of the draft. I know some people are worried that it's a small sample and all that, and the people with the small samples aren't going to get them. It's just that simple. Or the people worried about the small samples. Sorry.
All right. I think John is about to chime in. He's the one who got Sam Reinhart. Sam Bennett for $15. John, this quote, the steal of the draft so far.
Do you want to guess, Brian, how much he's worth in my spreadsheet?
Okay. So you got him for 15.
Can I guess?
Yeah. Go, Mike.
Well, I'll say 29.
I have him down for 38.
There you
now
go.
That assumes, and I mean, obviously he's not going to keep up what he did before, right? But right. I mean, that is the way he performed in the last 15 games of his season last year were worth $59. And he wasn't even with Florida all of those games.
Right.
So 38 is a down from what he was doing in Florida.
John is flying high here doing the Sam Bennett
Super
victory
excited.
lap.
Pride in his voice, right?
So excited. I've been waiting months for this.
Small sample size is such an easy way to write off a player, but it's the only sample size we have from him. It's almost like looking at Sam Bennett as a rookie again, because the larger sample from his career doesn't represent at all where he's...
I'm sorry, playing on the third line with Derek Ryan is not the same situation as playing on the second line with Jonathan Huberdeau. It's not even close.
And look, 2 years ago, talk small sample size though, but 2 years ago, he got 129 shots and 159 hits playing 12 minutes a night.
So either don't dare sending John a trade offer for Sam Bennett, or this is all the long con, and John is just pumping up his. I know that not to be true. I didn't want to blow you up, John, because John and I co-manage a team in another league where we took Bennett off the board. I think earlier than a lot of people had him, but for the same reason, John is super high on him and must be clearly feeling real good at getting him at $15. So congrats, John. May you and Sam Bennett have a wonderful, wonderful season together.
Thanks. I'm going to get back to bidding.
We've seen Kreider go for 9, Jack Campbell going for 7, Werenski for 18 goes to defending champ Dustin, who, by the way, had the fewest players. He grabbed Panarin second in this entire auction draft and still had only taken 2 other players up until this point before going ahead and adding Werenski to his decor at $18. That means that Dustin has Panarin, Pasternak, Crosby, and Werenski. I mean, if you're only going to have 4 players, those 4 are seem pretty good to build a team around, and he's got a lot of team building to go. So we'll see if sitting out a lot of these first 100 plus players is going to pay off for Dustin or not. Ben in the chat is saying that seeing Dustin bid on Malkin. I see. Patrick just took Malkin for $7, who's out for at least, quote, a couple months. And I don't know, $7 seems pretty good for Evgeny Malkin. You
can get a half season of true Evgeny Malkin production for $7. Yeah, I'll absolutely take that.
Yeah, I mean, tier 1 is different. Like, this league is different because in a lot of leagues, I would be so comfortable being like, yeah, give me him, and I'll work it out all season long. But there's such marginal, like the margin of error is so small that not having Malkin for the first half of the season, if you don't really play it right, you're not going to be able to benefit from him being back in the playoffs for you, because there's no room for error here. So Patrick taking at $7, I still think that's a pretty reasonable risk to take. I think I mentioned, but just in case I didn't, Pionk Neil goes for $16 after Werenski goes for 18 to Dustin. So there's 2 teams with just 4 players. That's Dustin and Dave and Lewis, who are Dave drafting on behalf of Lewis. Everybody else has at least 5, and about half the league has at least 6. John just went ahead and got Semyon Varlamov for $10, which means that John Sam Bennett Newhold now has the Isles tandem for $14, which I have the Isles tandem also, and it's been a long time since I've owned it. I've had rostered a tandem. The last one I did, everyone can laugh at me here, was Antti Niemi and Kari Lettinen in Dallas. And I think I did it 2 years in a row. I was so sure that so little could go wrong. And then, of course, everything went wrong. It was a total disaster. I thought if one faltered, the other would be fine. No, they both were just really, 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 really bad. So it's taken me a long time to get back on the tandem train to cuff a team. The Isles, though, if you're going to cuff anyone, seems pretty good. But Mike, what's your take in general on getting that tandem or cuff situation? Like, what do you think of having Sorokin and Varlamov both on your roster?
I have no problem with that kind of approach. That's something I do a lot in leagues. Is like last year would have been like a Talbot and Kakinen, or here, like you said, with Sorokin and Varlamov. You have to do it with teams that are very good defensively. Like, it won't work if you do it with like San Jose or something like that. Like, obviously you need teams where you'll get the similar goals against because of a low shot volume. You want, like, those are the kinds of things you want in your tandem. So you definitely need them from the better teams. I have no problem doing it. You're going to get your 80, not 82, you'll probably get 80 games from the 2 of them. And then you can get your 60 from the other. And then, fill in, your other 20 games from the waiver wire somehow. As long as you have a good grasp of the team and how good they should be, if you're comfortable with it, I have no problem doing something like that.
How many tandems do you think are worth rostering this year? Because I agree with you, like, based on sort of the parameters you set for making a tandem rosterable. Yeah, you can't worry about goals against. You don't want, obviously, one guy playing the large share because then you're wasting a lot. You need them pretty close to a 50-50 split. I'm trying to think of other situations around the league. There's one that I have in mind. I'll just put it out there. Boston. I wonder if that may be more of a timeshare than anyone's assuming at the outset, especially with the way preseason has gone. I'm starting to see the Linus Ullmark struggles pile up, even though I'm not putting any stock into it. But how many other rosterable tandems on the same level as the Islanders guys do you see around the league this year?
I mean, I think you might be able to get away with it in Dallas. We'll see when Ben Bishop comes back. I saw he's been skating, so we'll see how when Ben Bishop returns. I think he can get away with it once Bishop is back, especially where you'll probably be able to scoop him up off the wire. Toronto's another one. We'll see what they do with Jack Campbell, but we know they're probably not going to give Jack Campbell 55-60 starts or something like that. I think you're probably going to see some sort of 50-30, 45-35 split or something like that. So I think Toronto might not be another bad spot to do it. And we just talked about Kemper and Francouz, and for me saying not super high on Francouz, again, I don't think they give Kemper like a super heavy workload. So, you could see Francouz with 30 to 35 starts. So yeah, Colorado, Toronto definitely stick out for me. There are some tandems to stay away from too, right? Like New Jersey's, because there's one guy that is definitely going to miss like 10 games or something like that. So there are tandems to focus on, but there are tandems to avoid as well. It's not like you can just go pick any 2 goalies from any 2 teams.
Yeah, I've been higher on the Jersey tandem, actually, because I think they're both good, and I think they're on a team that might do better. But I agree, like, since Blackwood has shared his hesitancy about being vaccinated, and we don't know whether or not it's going to happen, it does make things a little dicier. But Bernier was so freaking good last year with Detroit, pretty much the whole way through. It faltered at the end, but I have a lot of faith in him being a solid goalie. And actually with Blackwood necessarily missing time now that we know his vaccination status, which is still a crazy thing to be saying on a fantasy hockey podcast, but here we are. Then that makes Bernier even a little more attractive. Let's look at a few more results here. We've got Martin Nichas off the board for $10 to Jeremy. Dustin is slowly building his team now. Here he comes. He's got Couturier for $23 and Carter Hart for $13. We saw Tristan Jarry go to Jordan for $7. Elon took Erik Karlsson, of course he did, for $8. And Joe took Josh Norris for $10. There's a few. Oh, and also Joe took Duncan Keith for $1. I don't know, Joe, if that was a misfire on your nomination.
Oh, shade on Joe right there. Did you click the wrong place? Did you mean Keith Yandel?
Oh yeah, it's the wrong key. That's a plausible theory, I think. Or did you expect that someone else was gonna that what's his name? Ken Holland was in this draft too and was gonna bid up above that dollar on Duncan Keith. Let's talk about. I guess I want to focus on Sean Couturier. He's someone that I have picked up at a position I've really, really liked in a couple of my bigger leagues this year, like the ones I'm more intense on. And I really like him at $23, which is a bit of a discount from the Tavares and the Stamkos and the point tier. But Couturier has never really slipped. Like, he's still quietly doing his thing, 70 plus point pace. He's been about the 74th player off the board in our slow drafts. And I'm just checking, last year he went for $24. So he's actually dipped about $1 in value. I guess I just really like him. I think he's unsung as a really solid 1C who you can pretty much set your watch to 70 or more points. Maybe the ceiling's a little lower, like he's not going to blow anything like totally out of the water, but I really like Sean Couturier as a pick around the 75th overall as he's been going in our cupful drafts.
Yeah, I have him just like a shade below that Tavares Braden Point tier that you just mentioned. So yeah, $23 for him seems fine. And he did seem to be, like you mentioned, he did seem to be going fairly late, considerably later than he should be in a lot of drafts. And I think it seems, at least, maybe over the last week or so, people are starting to smarten up and realizing that they were letting a guy slide way too long. And it seems like his ADP is starting to pick up a little bit, but yeah, I think he's still a good value. $23 in this league seems just fine to me.
And then let's dig into one other player from that recent stretch. I'm trying to avoid goalies just because I feel like, okay, how about Josh Norris at $10 goes to Joe's team to join Duncan Keith. I'm just wondering, Josh Norris. So I'm on Dom's sheet, like Dom Lucian's sheet, who came on the show. Josh Norris seems to be one of those guys that hangs out at the top of that sheet for rounds and rounds during my draft because no one else has him as high as Dom does, and neither do I. And so I usually edit his projection a little bit to bring him down to where I think he belongs. But if you don't, by default, Josh Norris is up there. Oh, how do you see, maybe this is a question about all the Sens, Mike? You're talking Norris and Batherson and Stützle. Where do you see the ceiling for these guys this year in Ottawa? Because I'm just not sure. What we know, Brady Tkachuk and Thomas Chabot are reliable. You can expect it, I think, at least 55 points from each of them. I don't know that you can say the same about any other scorer in Ottawa.
Okay. First, I'm in accordance with Dom on Josh Norris, and I've been writing about it over at Dauber Hockey. I think I've wrote about Josh Norris and Drake Batherson more than any other two players this offseason. I have them both as players that can win your leagues. And I genuinely mean that. I have Josh Norris right now in the same tier of centers as Anze Kopitar, Joe Pavelski. That's where I have him ranked. For my money, the problem here is Brady Tkachuk not being signed. The longer Brady Tkachuk isn't signed, the worse I feel about Norris and Batherson, because Tkachuk is really the linchpin of that top line. But as long as Kachuk's there, it looks like Kachuk, Norris, Batherson is going to be a line both at 5-on-5 and on the power play probably all year together. They were really, really good together last year when they were put together for the final, 12 or 15 games or whatever it was. Josh Norris isn't your typical center in that he can really lay the body. He's not a center that's going to go out there and give you 25 hits. He can give you 100 hits, which is something that's valuable in this league. Drake Batherson, kind of the same deal, more of a goal scorer though. But I have those guys as league winners. Like I think Norris, like I have him ranked, like I'll have to double check, just outside the top 30 centers. He can be a top 15 center this year. Drake Batherson can be a top 15 right winger. Things have to go right for them. Their power play has to go nuclear. Like their top line has to build on what they did last year. They probably need more ice time, but that upside is there. I think Norris and Batherson are both great, and I love that buy for $10 from Norris or for Josh Norris. Like I said, because I have him, kind of in that Kopitar Pavelski tier, and those guys are going for $7 or $8 more.
Josh Norris in our couple drafts going at the same spot as Drake Batherson, around 100, just before 140th overall, both of those guys. And other forwards in that territory are Dominic Kubalik, Ryan Strome. Let's see here. Jonathan Taves, Travis Konechny, Braden Shen, Jared McCann, Carter Verhaeghe. So they're in some good company in this couple of ADPs. And it sounds like from what you're saying, that they don't even belong in that good company because they might even be a tier above that group. So that's great. I'm as a Sens watcher, I'm hopeful that you're right. And
you won't call yourself a Sens fan, just a Sens watcher.
You got to be very careful about how I categorize my relationship with the Ottawa Senators. But yeah, that's really great news. We are at the 2-hour pause of our draft. I think we're probably close to near the halfway point. Unfortunately, I don't have the exact stats here to know how many players are taken, but it looks like, just taking a look here at the budget. So John leads the way with budget, and a couple of the guys that I mentioned having a lot before, like Mark, Kyle, and Dustin, have sort of fallen in the mid-range. And John Newhold has the most budget. He's the only one with over $100 left to spend on 10 more players. I'm trying to see who has Joe has just $31 to fill 8 more roster spots. And Ben has just $25 to spend to fill 7 more roster spots. So those guys are probably both candidates to join us on the mic at some point. Oh, hey, Ben.
What's up?
Not too much. How about you?
Oh, I'm in this draft right now. It's pretty intense.
Yeah. So let me take a look at your team here. So you had some of Mike's and my favorite picks early on with Kucherov. You got him in like the low 50s, Zach Hyman in the high teens. And then you added Svechnikov, Point, Kirill Kaprizov, Jeff Petrie, your boy Jacob Trouba, Nicholas Backstrom, Taylor Hall, Chris Kreider, and Jack Campbell. Which puts you in a spot where you have like $3 or $4 left per player. So why don't you just walk us through a bit about how your draft has gone and how you're feeling about it?
So I pretty much everything's gone as I was hoping in terms of players that I wanted to get in various tiers. Was excited to get Kucherov. I think I was kind of thinking about going with 2 lesser players that I was hopeful I could rely on, but getting Kucherov, Point, Kaprizov, Svechnikov, and Zach Hyman, I felt really great about that at the hour mark. The only issues that I've had in the past hour is that I've gone to bid on Kreider rather. I pressed it thinking he was at $7, and 2 people bid right before me, and I bid on him at $9, which I would not have done. But it's not I don't feel like it's going to sink my season or anything like that.
I mean, you're trying to say how careful you are with your budget, but you are blowing through it like no one else so far. So I assume you won't, you will really miss those $2, I guess, but hopefully it doesn't really come back to haunt you. Okay. So you've got 2D, you've got a few left wingers. Is there, I guess I can't really ask you what your goals are for the rest of the draft, but is there anyone
I don't have a lot of flexibility, so you can feel free to ask me whatever you want.
Well, how do you see the rest of the draft going for you? I mean, the most you can spend on anybody is you can spend you can spend $19 on someone,
right? And
then dollar guys the rest of the way. You don't have to disclose your strategy to every one of your competitors listening, but I'm curious.
I guess I didn't think you would ask the most direct question, which is like, what do I want to spend the rest of my money on?
All right.
Let
me flip the question for you. Let me just give you a more generic one.
Sure.
Has anything surprised you about the way the draft has gone so far?
I really didn't expect to have my team figured out, like the basic tenet of my team, my foundation, within the first like 40 minutes or so. I was very surprised, especially when I got Point. He's not a guy I usually get in snake drafts. And what I'm finding in auction drafts is I have a bit more of an unexpected team because it's just guys who fit the exact descriptions that I'm looking for. And I think in the past, I had a bit of a scarcity vibe going into drafts, like, I need to make sure I get a defenseman before all the guys at that level are gone. And this time I went in more so with just like, all right, I want to fill in these blanks on my roster. And I've filled in all of the biggest boxes that I wanted to. So feeling good so far.
That's great. Well, I'm glad to hear that, given your budget situation. The draft is, here's a good time to have you on. I don't know if you're in on the bidding here, but your boy Pavel Buchnevich has just been nominated as the first player after the 2-hour break. And I don't know. I have a lot of questions like about strategy and projection to ask you. Does it make you sad to see his face and St. Louis Blues next to him still? Are you over it?
Oh man. Well, I'm happy for him.
Ben's happy for Buchnevich getting a better opportunity, but unfortunately not with his beloved Rangers.
Yeah, essentially that, right? It's like the team blew it, and that sucks, but I'm going to enjoy watching them this season, and I'm going to enjoy watching Buchnevich hopefully having a good year as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the key. So long as you enjoy watching the player you wish never left your team have a really great season somewhere else.
I will actually, this is a good opportunity for me to slide in my general vibe going into this draft, which is just like last year was so stressful drafting during COVID. And my first auction draft, I had no idea how to prepare. So this year coming into it, I had like much more confidence in my preparation. And therefore it's just like, I'm just having like more fun, not being as stressed out because last year was just so frantic and terrifying. But it feels a little bit easier going this year.
That's great. It's been a very quiet group so far. Like very quiet to a quiet intensity. We have so Buchnevich went for $10, which makes him one of the
super cheap.
Yeah, lower priced wingers who have gone. I'm just looking around. I mean, there are a few guys in the KKUPFL ADP beneath him, like Nicholas Backstrom and Josh Norris, who went for roughly the same price, and above him, who went for I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about Buchnevich at 10. Mike, do you have a feeling or take about? He's someone I've had a really hard time figuring out because I don't know what St. Louis is doing. They haven't been able to get rid of Tarasenko. So I just feel like a lot is still up in the air.
What is St. Louis going to do is kind of the big issue here, right? Because they do have, like, Buchnevich played right wing all the time in St. Louis, and they have Kyrou and Vladimir Tarasenko at right wing. So either somebody's going to the third line or somebody's going to the left side. That worries me because I could see St. Louis being a team that puts Pavel Buchnevich down on the third line, with Sunkfist or something like that. It's some sort of quasi checking role. You know what I mean? Like, I like Buchnevich. Like, I really do think he can be like a 70-point winger if things go right for him. But I see a big range of outcomes for him this year. Like, he could be a 40-point guy or he could be a 70-point guy. Like you said, how St. Louis treats him is going to tell a lot, and we just don't know how they're going to do that.
Which is so unfortunate because that's essentially what we said about Buchnevich in New York. And just as he had like bullied his way into like not giving the Rangers any opportunity to bury him or like, clown around with where they put him on the depth chart, he's now in a situation where it feels like he's back at square one.
That's the thing, man. I've been a Buchnevich fan, but like since he broke into the NHL, and I was so frustrated he would be stuck in the bottom six in New York, and then he finally gets to the top line and they trade him a season later. I was so mad.
Unbelievable. So yeah, Buchnevich, hopefully at least his new team likes him more than like, if they're going to put him in the top 9 instead of the top 3 or 6, it's like at least he never seemed to get the respect until he forced it. So we all hope for greater and wonderful things from Buchnevich. We've seen Dahlin go for $7, Cole Caulfield going for $8, and Grubauer for $9, and Mike Smith for $10. So a really nice pattern here going on. Braden Shen on the board, definitely going to go for 11 if things hold the way they have been. I think maybe I'll ask you about Cole Caulfield, Mike. I'm usually not that big on rookies, but Elon especially has been talking about how like the Habs can load up on their top line, like which they've never really been able to do before with like primo offensive players with Suzuki, Caulfield, and Toffoli. And I'm really open. I'm rarely open to a rookie, especially not one drafted in the top 3 of an NHL draft, being able to put up 60 points. But Cole Caulfield seems ready.
Yeah, and I think the power play is probably the most important point here. Montreal hasn't had a good power play. Like, I don't think Saku Koivu was there. And it looked completely different once Cole Caulfield got to the team, right? Like it finally looked like an NHL power play every time they stepped on the ice. So you're right. That top line, it looks like that's what they're going to do, right? Suzuki, Toffoli, Caulfield top line, and then have Anderson, Drouin with Dvorak, and then, Brendan Gallagher on whatever they make in their third line. But that looks like it's going to be their top line. I suspect they're going to stay together on the power play as well. I really do like Caulfield. It's just a matter of, is he going to get enough ice time? Because Montreal is one of those places, like we talked about Dallas earlier, where they only had that one winger over 18 minutes.
Yeah.
I think Montreal was in the exact same situation last year, and their only winger over 18 minutes was Tyler Toffoli. So, if Caulfield only gets 16, 17 minutes, I don't think he'll be able to hit the true upside that he has for this season. But he'll still be good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, so we're counting on Montreal changing that formula because, hey, they have a bona fide top line. But yeah, I think you're right that we can't just make that assumption that they're gonna and give Caulfield all the scoring chances that he needs to have a huge season. But hopefully he can have a good season, especially for one, like what we'd consider one to be in Montreal. A couple interesting players have just gone off the board. We have Mark out of Dublin taking Mark Giordano for $13, someone who I've sworn off ever drafting again after like swearing him off a couple years and still drafting him. And then Vincent Trocheck went for 18 to Edmonton, to Oilers fan Jordan's team. Let's start with Giordano. I have this inkling that Vince Dunn is going to be quarterbacking the top unit. And that Giordano like might also see some time there, but I don't have great vibes for Giordano this season. I don't know he's going to be worth rostering the whole way through. And I wonder if you feel the same or if you want to fight me on it.
Okay, I wanted Vince Dunn on the power play as well, but if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back and look. He's not on the top power play unit, that's for sure. I'm not even sure if he's on the second unit. I'll have to go check. I'll have to go double check on that. But like it sure seems like they're going to give Mark Giordano that 1 year, play at the top of the lineup. They're, maybe they trade him at the trade deadline or something like that, or if they're far enough out of it. Have the kids learn under him. It certainly does seem like Mark Giordano is going to be the guy there. Like I've been waiting for Vince Dunn to break out for like 4 years now. It looks like I'm probably gonna have to wait 5 years. It certainly seems like Giordano's the guy in Seattle.
Okay. So yeah, this is just my bias about really, 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 really being frustrated with Giordano in the past.
Yeah, I trust me. I'm with you on Vince Dunn, man. I'd like to see him get that role too, but it looks like we're probably gonna have to wait another year.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if Giordano's going to get the flurry at it as being, the aging vet who went over to the new franchise to help start the new team in the new city and be a public face and a leader. And then like at an unlikely age goes ahead and has a career year just because he's there and has the wind at his back. Vincent Trocheck goes to Jordan for $18, which is pretty stark contrast to Martin Nichas, who went for $10 earlier in the draft. We've had some spirited conversations on the podcast about which one of those two is going to be able to be on the top power play unit all season long. What's your feeling? Like I've been backing Trocheck as being someone who's played net front, who does it well. I'm not that worried about him losing his spot. But then it's like, well, don't you need to find room for Martin Nichas? So where are you falling in this conversation?
I'm with you on Trocheck. I think he has that role on the top power play unit locked down. I'm not that concerned about it. For value, I have him right in that Elias Pettersson, Braden Point range. So like I have, Trocheck at $18, I think is a great value. I think it's kind of like Patrice Bergeron in a way, where if Vincent Trocheck plays 80 games this year, maybe he returns like $30 or $35 worth of value, but it's just a matter of him being able to stay healthy and stay on the ice, right? Like he was nearly a point per game last year. It's just he missed, all those games. He missed 15 games or whatever it was. He can't miss a quarter of a third of the season and think you're going to recoup that $18 value. He has to stay on the ice. But my issues with Vincent Trocheck have nothing to do with his role on the team or performance on the ice. Let's just say that.
All right. So Vincent Trocheck should and could be good value at $18 for Jordan. Torrey Krug at $13. Claude Giroux goes for $13. Brock Nelson. What's his name? Barry Trotz's favorite player, Brock Nelson, goes for $6. Nino Niederreiter goes for $2, which is one of the lowest non-Duncan Keith salaries we've seen paid to a player in this auction. I don't know. None of those guys really jump out at me, Mike. I guess we're getting to this, we've been talking for nearly 2.5 hours straight. So maybe, what do you think? Do any of those names jump out?
I mean, Claude Giroux jumps out to me. And I think it's a good opportunity to talk about just the Flyers in general, right? I think that people are somewhat down on the Flyers. Carter Hart, whether it's by ADP or by dollar value, he's considerably less value than he was, back in January when we were doing fantasy drafts last season. Travis Konechny, I wrote about him this week at Dauber Hockey. His ADP is outside the top 150 picks, even though he had 3 24-goal seasons by the age of 22 or something like that. We talked recently about their defensemen, about like Provorov and Yandel and Ellis and all them. None of them are being drafted super highly. Like something I've talked about is like Philadelphia was a team that went through all the COVID struggles. Carter Hart talked about how tough it was, not only COVID, but you have to be quarantined, you're away from your families, you're away from your friends and all that. And I think, maybe it was just one of those teams where it just hit them a lot harder than it did some others. And I think that's leading to some good draft values this year. I think, we saw one with Claude Giroux there. I think he can outperform that $13 fair, not easily, but I think he can do it. And I think that the Philadelphia Flyers just have, a lot of good values on their team just because, they had one bad 50-game COVID shortened season and then that was it. So I think people are kind of overreacting too much.
We heard from Charlie O'Connor, who writes about the Flyers for The Athletic, about how that COVID season just had everything like right off everything that happened in Philly last year that didn't look right, give them a fresh start. And I agree, Claude Giroux isn't far removed from being a really, really good fantasy player. And Konechny was so disappointing last year as someone who did, I rostered him for a good chunk and I believed in him longer than I should have. But I'm ready to hit reset on both these guys. For anyone wondering, Konechny was going about 140th in our couple drafts around the same time as Jonathan Taves and Braden Shen and McCann and Verhaeghe. And Giroux was going around 127th overall in our Cupful drafts, around the same place as Eichel and Anders Lee and Ryan Strome for some other forwards, and Timo Meier. Oh, and how about this? Connor Garland, who's just been taken by Elon for $6, which is pretty good at that part of our Cupful ADP, compared to Pavel Buchnevich, who's around the same spot, who went for 10, and Giroux, who went for 13. That seems like a really good price to get Connor Garland on your roster. $6 is like real depth status, and I feel like Garland has opportunity to produce more than that.
I think I really like Garland's spot at even strength. I think my problem with Connor Garland is he has no role on the power play, right? Assuming they keep everybody together, it's Pettersson, Besser, Horvat, Miller, plus Hughes. Garland's stuck on the second power play unit unless somebody grossly underperforms or gets hurt. So it's why I like Garland, but I think maybe Giroux shouldn't be double his price, but I think it makes sense that Giroux's more expensive because I think that difference is relatively significant.
Okay, so maybe not a huge discount from your perspective, but still potentially could
a discount. Yeah.
All right, we've seen Bobrovsky go for $9. So we saw Spencer Knight go. Someone threw Spencer Knight out into the player pool really early in the draft, having a great time. I'm sure they were very pleased with themselves. That sounded smarmy. I didn't mean it to. It was an interesting move to try and figure out the market and maybe get someone to spend a couple more dollars than they otherwise would have. I was really surprised when Joel Quenneville, or maybe I wasn't, when Joel Quenneville said Bobrovsky is our starter, he's going to have the job. Of course, maybe you do have to say that about the guy you're paying $10 million for several more years. I thought it was going to be a bit more of an open competition, that Florida was just ready to eat Bobrovsky's contract as much as they needed to. So assuming that what Quenneville said is true about Bobrovsky being the number one goalie heading into the season, how long, by what game do you think that Bobrovsky is wavering as a number one goalie and is starting to cede serious amounts of games to Spencer Knight?
I mean, if he's bad enough out of the gate, it could be by game 5. This is a team okay, I understand Florida said all those things about Bobrovsky in the offseason. I saw the quotes as well, and Bobrovsky is going to be the starter. But this team's built for a Stanley Cup, and it's built for a cup now. Barkov, free agent, UFA after this year. They're probably going to re-sign him, but he's still a UFA after this year. But Toronto, UFA, Noel Acciari, UFA. They have a bunch of RFAs coming up. They have a bunch of guys in the bottom 6, Tippett and Lamico and all those guys. This could be not it won't be their only push, but this could be their best push maybe in the next 2 or 3 years to go for a cup. And I think they know that. But what they're doing right now is they just want to give Bobrovsky as much confidence as possible. They're telling him, yep, it's your net. You're our guy. You're going to carry us to the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. They have to tell him that because they're paying him $10 million a year and they need that contract to work out. But if he falls on his face for 2 weeks, I think they could just go right to Spencer Knight. And as long as Spencer Knight is good, they're going to ride him because this is not a team that is going to be content with being a bubble playoff team. This is a team that wants to make a deep cup run, maybe not right to the cup finals, but certainly to the conference final or something like that. And they're not going to let Bobrovsky flop around in net for 2 months trying to find himself. If he doesn't figure it out quick, I think they could go right to Knight.
I agree with a lot of what you said. My only counterpoint is that Florida is an exceptional team defensively too, and offensively they can make up for some mistakes that happen. So if Florida wants to place their trust in Bobrovsky, it's hard to believe that they can't just force the issue, right? For Bobrovsky to fall on his face, it's not like he's in a terribly challenging situation. So that makes it, to me, that just makes it easier for him to hold on to a job that he might not even deserve.
Yeah, but we talked about Colorado earlier, right? When they looked like they're set for a cup 2 years ago, and then their 2 goalies got hurt in the second round, and then that ended things, right? So I think they're going to be of the opinion that they're going to give Bobrovsky the starter's net out of the gate, but whoever's playing the best is going to get the starts. And if it's Bobrovsky, he could start 3 weeks in a row every game. If it's Spencer Knight, I bet he can start 3 weeks in a row every game, because you're right. This team is great defensively, but they were really good defensively last year as well. And Bobrovsky was still bad. So
yeah, very fair point. So
Hey, Brian, can I get in
John.
here for a second? It's great theoretical discussion, Bobrovsky versus Knight, but from a cupful perspective, who took Bobrovsky?
I think you did, John.
And who took Knight?
I think you did, John.
It's a double cuff.
Okay, so you have $13 invested in Knight and Bobrovsky combined, and $14 invested in Sorokin and Varlamov combined. So you're comfortable having 2 spots on your roster dedicated to guys not playing.
We'll see. I did a fair amount of math on carrying 3 goalies. I've done some math on carrying 4 goalies, but after Knight was up for like a couple bucks, I thought, why not, right? Like, what's, because maybe someone goes big on one of the other ones, like the New York Islanders, and I can't get it or something like that, right? So might as well go for it.
Okay.
I feel like when you're going for a cuff, what you're hoping for, which is like not a nice thing, but like you're always hoping for like just one of them to get injured, so that then you have someone on your IR and then you get all the starts. So I know that John won't be disappointed if there's news out of Florida or New York that one of the goalies is going to miss some time.
Yeah, right. So right. If you're able to stash one and the other gets to play, assuming that there's not like another cuff coming along the way, because they just really don't trust their guy. But in Boston and Florida, I feel like there would, or
Islanders.
for Long Island and Florida, I don't see that being an issue. All right, where are we at in this draft? We're seeing a couple big dollars being spent that we haven't seen the likes of in a little while. So Charlie McAvoy goes to David Lewis's team for $21. Elias Lindholm goes to Brandon's team for $21. So those are bigger numbers than we've seen in a bit. Also, we saw Carey Price go for $7, which I think is an interesting value that puts him at the same number as Jack Campbell. And I expect him to play more, but maybe we don't expect him to do quite as well. Konechny goes for $14, which is in line with Giroux's value. And here's one that really interests me. Tomas Hertl at $18 went to John. Tomas Hertl's a guy that I went for in my drafts last year, and I seemed to be able to get him late. His season was very inconsistent, both in terms of health and play. But overall, I was left with the impression that I think he was probably he's a worthwhile guy to roster. But going into drafts this season, I think he's been even more forgotten. And of course, there's smoke around exactly how much longer he'll be in San Jose. And of course, if he gets traded to another team, he might not play as big a role. And even in San Jose, Hertl doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of wingers to work with, especially with the Evander Kane situation, being totally up in the air. So, Mike, where do you value Tomas Hertl? Like, how do you see him performing this season on a team that's pretty thin, and on a team he might not even be on for long? And before I throw it over to you to answer, just for context, he's been drafted in the cupful just within the top 100. So the nearest forwards to him are Jason Robertson, Teuvo Teravainen, Evander Kane, Evgeny Malkin, Tyler Toffoli, Nick Suzuki.
I have him in that tier just above Suzuki. So I have him probably right around the Pettersson Trocheck level. Now the thing about Hertl is that you're right about the lack of help around him, but he didn't have that much help last year either, right? Like Logan Couture was injured for a fair bit of the year. Burns and Karlsson really didn't do anything for most of the season. So, they didn't really do much last year, and he paced for, 30 goals and 65 points or whatever it was. So it's not a huge concern for me, because he is a really excellent player himself. And there's still enough, as long as they're playing the top 6, right? There's still Couture, there's still Meyer, there's still LeBanc. Like, there's still enough there to make a decent scoring top 6. And don't forget, that division is abominable, right? it is god awful. Like the second best team in that division is probably Edmonton. And I don't like their blue line. Like their blue line and goaltending look horrific to me. And they're probably the second best team. So like, I don't think like San Jose doesn't have to be a great team for Tomas Hertl to get, 25 goals, 60 points, and 200 shots this year. They don't. I think he can do it, not comfortably, but I think he can do it even if the team ends up, 27th in scoring or something.
Yeah. So I think Tomas Hertl, I agree with you, seems to be pretty good value at $18. I think he could produce, going by the value of these other guys, somewhere between there and where we saw the $28 folks. The 20, there's a 27 club in music. There's the 28 club in this tier 1 auction draft with Point, Stamkos, and Tavares, and probably a couple others who I've somehow forgotten over the course of the 2.5 hours we've been following this draft. Logan Couture not joining any of those clubs, going for $5, which I think is good. I mean, he seemed to have some injury problems towards the end of last year that hampered his ability to shoot and pick up points, but and he also started the season really hot on like a 70+ point pace, which also wasn't sustainable. But I still like him to be a fairly reliable player between 60 and 70 points, and to have that for $5 seems pretty good, especially considering Jonathan Toews went for $11 just before that.
Yeah, and I want to mention something about Brock Besser. I see Besser going for $19 there. I think that value is just fine, but I saw something just come across the wire from Harman Dial. He's a reporter for The Athletic, saying that Brock Besser's out for the rest of the preseason, but they're hoping that he can start the regular season on time.
I'm trying to find Harrison's Zoom screen to watch him react live to that news. Seems pretty stoic, pretty calm and cool about it. So way to go, Harrison, for hearing he's going to be out for the rest of with not melting down completely. Hey, maybe it'll be good that he's out for the rest of the preseason. Gives him time to rest up and be healthy and fresh for the regular season. Jamie Benn goes for $4 to Kyle's team. Kyle now has 14 of his roster players, just like Patrick. But unlike Patrick, Kyle has $55 worth of budget. So Kyle, I think, actually has the most players on his team and the most budget remaining. So Mike, this is actually a good opportunity to ask a question we have in the chat from Rob, who says, at this point in the draft, how does your mindset change? Do you conserve budget for the end, or is it stay the course and find value wherever it shows up? I'm not sure if that question is quite connected to what I was saying, but what do you think? Is it are you worried with whatever dollars you have left that there's not going to be anyone worthwhile to spend it on?
I mean, the thing with auction drafts is that they tend to be with people that are fairly knowledgeable, people that put in a lot of hours. Like, you won't see a lot of people with auction drafts just showing up with like a piece of paper of the top 250 ranks, right? Like you definitely have to dig in fairly deep. So if you're in an auction draft like this and you have 3 picks left and you have, $7 budget, so you have maybe $2 a player like that, like you should have a list, or not should, but you probably have some sort of list. Like, these are players I'm targeting that I think I can get for $3. These are players I think I can get for $5. These are players I think I can get for $1. So like, the guys that in a normal draft this size, the guys that be going after pick 200 or whatever, the final few rounds, those are the guys that you want to get on your team. Like, we talked about earlier in the draft, this is when, drafts are typically won and lost. You should definitely have a list of 6, 8, 10, 12 players that you want to get on your team that are probably only going to be $1 or $2. You really have to do your homework this is where, like I said, this is where drafts are won and lost. This is where your homework pays off. This is where all that preparation from the last couple months pays off. This is where you have to go and search for those guys that are going to turn from $2 into $17 or $21 or something like that. So obviously it's easier said than done. Everybody would like to get that $2 player that turns into 21, but some people are better at looking for values than others. And it's just a matter of knowing what you're looking for, knowing what your team, if you're in a roto league, knowing what your team needs or stuff like that, knowing where you might be weak if you're in an H2H, knowing where to fill out the rest of your roster if you're not in some sort of points league like this.
So essentially, you've probably planned for this eventuality already, and you're looking at who's left on the board. I'm actually really curious. There's a bit of a bidding war for Jonathan Marchessault happening right now, who at 80th overall in the couple ADP was the top ADP player remaining. And so I'm like, oh, well, this is a great chance for Kyle to spend his budget. But Kyle was outbid by Jordan, who adds Marchessault as his 11th player for $21, which is about in line with the value we've been seeing so far in the draft. And now Jordan and Kyle are in two very situations where Jordan has $4 to spend for his last 7 players, and $4 on each of his last 7 players. And Kyle has nearly 15. So I'm actually like looking down the list. So, if you have a bunch of budget left, I'm looking and seeing who's still out there. So we've got in the top 100 cupful ADP. Trocheck went. I just didn't mark that. I think he went for 18. So I see Drew Doughty on defense. I see Teuvo Teravainen. And those are the only top 100 ADP players I see left. So I wonder if I might hypothesize whether Kyle is going to go big when those guys show up. But I'm not seeing a ton of other players that I'm really anxious to spend some budget on. So I'm curious to see what Kyle does, basically holding the hammer. I feel like he can get just about any player he wants to fill out his roster with these last 4 picks. And then we also have a question from Mason in the chat who says, what's McAvoy worth with the top power play all season long, which is what we've been hearing is the news. Like, forget this Grizzly business. McAvoy is going to be on the top unit. He's been drafted around 73rd overall, right in the same neighborhood as Morgan Rielly, Neil Pionk, and Brett Burns. Mike, what are you seeing from Charlie McAvoy this year?
I think we could see a lot of really good things for him. I haven't done any updates so far through preseason, like with ice time and roll and all that. I usually do that right before the season starts because a lot of my stuff is just DFS anyway. But I have Charlie McAvoy just outside the top 10 defenseman in this league. I have him right around. I have him 14th, in this league, and that's with single-digit power play points. If you add like 15 power play points or something like that to his total, you have him, I think, just outside the top 5 defensemen, somewhere in that Victor Hedman, Adam Fox range. You know what I mean? So, and he can easily be a top 5 defenseman, easily be a top 5 defenseman in this kind of format with top power play minutes. So Charlie McAvoy, if he gets PP1 all year, he will I think more if he's healthy and it's PP1 all year, he's probably a top 10 fantasy defenseman.
Right. So, and I think he went in that range, $21. It really stood out at this time of the draft. But again, you got to keep that cash on hand for when someone does pop up with that kind of upside this late in the game. We have seen Kyle make a move. And I was actually, as I scrolled down my ADP, I saw Dylan Larkin and wondered if that might be a target. And Dylan Larkin is now on Kyle's team at $10. Mark just took Bo Horvat at $12. I think I'd rather Bo Horvat at 12 to Larkin at 10, especially with the news that Vron is out.
Yeah, I probably would too. But the one caveat I will say here is that it looks like Bo Horvat might be kind of like their third line center or something, running Elias Pettersson as the top line center and JT Miller as the number 2.
That drives me nuts. This whole JT Miller as a 2C thing. Like, can we move past this already? We talked about it at the start of last year too. And not that we shouldn't be talking about it. Like, Vancouver, stop thinking about it. Come on.
But all I'm saying is that if that does happen, not only does that change JT Miller's value a lot because now he's not playing with Elias Pettersson anymore. that probably nukes Bo Horvat's value because, you know, he's not going to be playing with Hoglander. He's not going to be playing with Garland. He's not going to be playing with Besser. You know, he might get like Tanner Pearson or something like that. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I could definitely see a situation where Bo Horvat loses some minutes and loses good line mates this year. So like $12 feels fine. Like, if you ask me, you know, pick between Bo Horvat for 12 or Dylan Larkin for 10, I would say, you know, give me Bo Horvat. But I honestly, like you mentioned with the injury to Vrana plus Tyler Bertuzzi missing all those games in Canada, those are probably two guys that I just wouldn't necessarily want unless they're a great value on my sheet.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Dylan Larkin is not exciting after that Vrana and Bertuzzi news. And then there's that's really interesting what you say about Bo Horvat, who's been so reliable, but might not be. But last year it was all smoke with JT Miller being second line center. So let's hope for Bo Horvat's sake that it's the same thing this year. Ryan Strome just went for $10 to Brandon. And then Mackenzie Weegar went to John Newhold for $11. Weegar is someone, honestly, I'm a little confused about. A lot of people have him projected rather high and I don't know, think that he can continue building his point production, where I just saw him go on like the super unsustainable run last year that coincided with Ekblad being out of the lineup, which helped Weegar put up points then too. I'm not sure I'm seeing a huge fantasy step forward. Like, he's established himself as someone who can eat a lot of minutes, put up some peripherals and, you know, 35, 40 points, which is great. But I don't see him as being someone who like I'm really reaching for or excited to get. I just feel like there's a lot of ways that he could disappoint me.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note is that a lot of his production didn't come on the power play, right? Like, even though Ekblad was out, Weegar only had 3 power play points last year.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really a lot, right? So it's not like all of his production was like Neil Pionk a couple of years ago, where Neil Pionk jumped to Winnipeg's top power play unit and suddenly half his points were on the power play. That's not what happened here with Weegar. And I think 35, 40 points, when you look at Weegar's peripherals, would be just fine. Like, Weegar, he could put up 300 hits plus blocks next year, right? Like, that's a monster number. You know, we're talking like Darnell Nurse, Seth Jones levels. Now, I don't think he'll put up the points, which is why he comes in at the discount. But if he comes in with, you know, 7 goals, 30 assists, 120 blocks and 160 hits or something like that, I think you'll take that all day long for $11.
So here's someone who just went off the board right after him, Miro Heiskanen at $13. I feel like they're roughly similar. I mean, Heiskanen's going to see more time on the power play probably, but hasn't made a habit of being like a really great producer there. How do you see, like, do you see that comparison holding water?
Like, I find John Klingberg is the better power play quarterback than Heiskanen is. Like, Heiskanen's more like of a rover type than he is a quarterback. And Heiskanen doesn't put up huge peripherals either, right? Last year, under a hit per game, under a block per game. That's not great from your defenseman. So, you really need those 40 to 50 points from Heiskanen for that to pay off, where, you know, like somebody like Weegar, you don't need that. You just need, you know, even if Weegar gets 30 points with his peripherals, you'll take that all day long.
Here's a guy who went a while ago that I missed in a recap. So there was a group of guys. I don't think I also mentioned Sam Girard going for $3. Speaking of defensemen, Elon got Evgeny Kuznetsov, his favorite player, by the way, for $2. $2 for a top line. Like, he's going to be top line center while Backstrom's out. And I don't know, the last update I saw on Backstrom was very vague about when he'd return, and that's more long-term than short-term, and they don't have a timeline. It doesn't sound like they're thinking like way into the future, but it sounds like he's not close to returning. So to get a top line center who's going to play likely on the power play and at even strength with Alex Ovechkin for $2, I think that's gold.
I mean, see, that's the thing, right? Is like, even if all you get out of Kuznetsov is 1 great month of production, that's all you need for $2. Like,
yeah,
it would blow the value doors off. And then if something happens where maybe Backstrom's injury is a little bit more serious and you only ends up playing 30 or 40 games this year, then Kuznetsov is a tremendous value at $2. Like even with Backstrom healthy, Kuznetsov at $2 is fine.
Yeah. So there you go. Way to go, Elon. I think that's up there with some of the steals of the drafts in my mind, even though I'm always a little wary of Kuznetsov because of his up and down history and his low contributions outside the goals and assist columns, really outside of the assist columns.
I don't disagree. Honestly, I bid 2 on Kuznetsov. I had him valued at 6 or 7. So I was totally expecting to get outbid. Auction drafts, that's the one thing about auction drafts that are kind of fun. You bid on a guy, sometimes, most of the time when it's these low bids, you just kind of expect that, okay, now it's going to be overbid, and then I'll just think about if I want to keep going. But then I just 2, and then watching the timer 3, 2, is no one really? Oh, okay, let me adjust all my plans because I didn't expect to get him for $2. Now I've got to take out the other people who I was expecting to get for $2. Now I have one less spot for that, and now I have an open spot, so I had to rejig everything. So I definitely was expecting someone else to at least go 3, but I'll take it.
Elon, you did the exact same thing last year. You got him for 6, and we were praising it as the greatest thing ever. Did he survive the year on your team?
Well, to be fair, he got suspended. He did last, I believe, on my team, but last year sucked because he got COVID twice and he got suspended. So I'm hoping this year, if he could just be healthy, I think that's already better than last year. And I don't know, there's all these articles all the time about these players in the best shape of their life and blah, blah, blah. You don't want to read too much into it, but Kuznetsov was able to have a full summer of training, and he's the interview that I read that I liked what he said about how he really wants to prove that he's, that guy that people thought he was. And I think he feels like he's being disrespected. A lot of people think he's not as good anymore because of last year, and he just feels like he's not getting a fair shake. So he's got a lot to prove for that. But Brian, you scoff, but you said something similar about Elvis Merzlikins on a podcast recently.
I wasn't scoffing. I loved it, and it was reminding me of that. And I was going to say Evgeny Dangerfield Kuznetsov with it, him feeling like he doesn't get no respect. I think that's great. I love to hear about a player that's motivated. Honestly, I'd rather hear a player's reasons for being motivated rather than they're in the best shape of their life. That's better content. I can sink my teeth into that.
He did say that he had a really good summer of training and he's in really good shape.
Hey, it sounds like this is one of those guys who actually is in the best shape of their life. So
I mean, definitely better shape than last season. Dustin's mentioning in the chat, defending champ Dustin, that he got Kuznetsov out of free agency last year. So he didn't last the season on Elon's roster, but I do remember having some conversations where I told Elon to drop him. And then I think I was wrong for at least a little bit. Jack Hughes just went off the board for $10 after Kailer Yamamoto for $1. We've also seen Kubalik go for $7. Stutzle go for $6 to Kyle. Kyle also added Drew Doughty for $14. So Kyle has $28 and one roster spot left. At some point, Kyle, I'd love to have you join us. If you're up for joining us on mic, I'd love to hear your thoughts and feelings about about how your draft went, and if this was about to plan or if anything didn't and why. Elon just picked up Jaden Schwartz for $3, which top line, top power play, your favorite kind of guy, Elon, for $3 seems pretty solid. That plus Kuznetsov. I like your depth that you're building up. Mike, Jack Hughes is someone that I have been higher on than pretty much any projection I've seen. And I know mathematical models. I'm not Hughes is a gut guy for me. I just feel like I already shared with you my thoughts on the New Jersey goalies. I think I'm just kind of excited about New Jersey making a few changes and seeing some natural growth from whoever was already on their roster. I am looking forward to seeing Jack Hughes be a really good player this year. A lot of projections I see still have him middling around 55, maybe 60 points. I think he's got 70-point upside in him if things break right. And maybe he's not so likely to hit that upside, but I think he's got a pretty good shot compared to the guys who he's being drafted around a lot of the time. Here at $10, I've lost my tab with the results, but let me just grab, he's being drafted around the same time as Tarasenko and Dylan Larkin and Cole Caulfield, Buchnevich and Nichas in our cupful drafts. I really like Hughes there.
Yeah, I think Hughes and Larkin both went for $10 if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
I think I would probably rather have Hughes. It's just he seems like just such a talented playmaker and shooter. Like he just seems so offensively gifted so quickly in the NHL, right? Like we thought maybe he would take a few years to really get acclimated to the NHL. He looked like he belonged last year. What really held him back? What's really held him back is his finishing, right? He's shot under 7% for his NHL career so far. So like, you know, if he could shoot 12% or something like a normal person should, I think we could see a really big, and I agree with you. I think 70 points is well within reach. I would just be, you know, just be a little careful about, you know, when you're drafting him and what type of league you're drafting him, because this isn't a guy that will give you any blocks or hits or anything like that. All you're getting out of him is points and shots. So just be wary about your league settings. But yeah, I'm with you. I think him and Yegor Sharangovich have looked good in the preseason together.
Yeah, I like that pair. They looked good in the regular season last year too. So I like that pair for doing more.
Hey Brian, it's Kyle.
Hey Kyle,
you want to chat? I'm about to finish my roster here.
Oh yeah. Everybody stop bidding up Kyle on Timo Meier. He has more money than all of you. I don't even think people can. I think them like, is this the max you can spend? Nearly. So Kyle just added. You just added Timo Meier for $16 to round out your roster. It took you down to zero, but you, I think, would have had $12 left in the bank. So welcome, Kyle, to the show. How now that your team is built, how are you feeling?
I feel fine. A little underwhelmed, honestly, by my team. Kind of in hindsight, I was a little too conservative. You know, when players would pass, especially kind of early on, kind of my evaluation, just kind of jumping out of the race very quickly.
Is there like any one player you like you're thinking back to specifically?
No, just early on, I knew I didn't want to like get into the bidding wars on, you know, those top, you know, really kind of top 1 and 2 tier forwards. So I kind of stayed out of those, thinking I would end up getting some, you know, kind of where I had 3rd tier players.
Yeah.
And it looks like I didn't get anybody that I even have on like in my 3rd tier of forwards.
How is that possible? Because you had so much budget.
Yeah, I think I just, oh, did my headphones just die?
I can hear you.
Okay. I got a weird sound. So I don't know if that was the warning that they're about to. Yeah. So I don't know. I was just very like, you know, too stingy at the beginning, and just letting these kind of players go, thinking I would run out of money. And strategically in hindsight, right? Like I ended up with no, you know, kind of $1 players to round things out, knowing that I'll be dropping some of these players in the coming, you know, week or 2 or 3 to start streaming anyway.
Yeah.
So definitely some strategic mismanagement of my first auction draft.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard coming into tier 1 for the first time when at least 6 of the people drafting have done this before and against each other. But I like what you did with your goalies with Lehner and Talbot. That seems like a really solid pair. And I think you got decent value on like Nugent Hopkins. Like you got him really early on and for a lot less than he went last year. I think like $5 or $6 less than he went last year. You're right. Like I wonder about, like you were saying about the bottom end of your lineup. I'm curious to see how your depth compares to everyone else who's going to be building their team, the rest of their teams out with $1 guys. And interesting to hear how your auction trajectory went. I like Drew Doughty, getting him as late as you did. That seemed like a good win for the budget that was left in your pocket.
Yeah, I ended up spending more on defense than I anticipated.
And just so your defense, you've got Doughty and Burns, Theodore, and Ekblad, which is a pretty solid 4 that should make
Quinn
you have
Hughes.
And Quinn Hughes. Okay, so that's a real solid 5.
Yeah, so there will be you know, it worked well in tier 2 last year. I ended up with, you know, kind of 4-ish pretty solid defensemen, and just kind of sat on them, and they produced for a while. But then that's what ended up turning into my Max Pacioretty trade late in the season.
Yes. Oh, I remember that Max Pacioretty trade
Yeah,
very well.
Somebody like sought me out and like they really needed D. and they put Max Pacioretty on the table. And I think that's definitely what propelled me to victory in Tier 2 last year with that trade.
Okay, so you've got the same basic like team core philosophy. You've got your building from your D out. Your D and G are solid, and like you said, maybe. I mean, people get pretty desperate for D at some point. So I feel like defense is one of those positions in the couple, especially where you can load up as much as you want and like overload without really being backed into a corner. But so long as no one in Tier 1 is going to do you any, like, is going to shut you out of not doing you the favor of making a fair deal for one of them. I assume there will be a competitive enough market for your guys if you want to dangle them.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is I'm not too concerned about it. I feel like with 4 or even 5 strong defensemen, you're not often like sitting someone on the bench.
Right.
So I don't feel at a loss if they're just, if I'm just playing them and the right trade's not there.
Right. Okay. So this is your first auction draft. You mentioned like you really had to think about your values and strategy. I'm sure you have a lot that like you would do slightly differently if we were to restart right now. But I mean, I like the look of your team. I'm going to say that's everyone though, so you can't know how sincere I'm being. But I mean, having competed against you last year, I know how much you bring to the table. So congrats on finishing your first auction draft, and thanks for jumping on with us.
Yeah, sure thing.
Good luck this season.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So there's Kyle from Canton, Michigan, who's his 5th year in the KKUPFL and playing in Tier 1 for the first time, and is the first to complete his team. We've got Patrick, who has 17 players and $9 left to fill that last spot. And I'm just seeing, no one else is actually that close. Everyone else is between like 8 and 13 players on their roster. You've got Dave and Lewis's team has just 7 out of 18 players. So somehow an entire other roster has filled with only 7 players. And Jeremy also, fast track champ, has just 8. And our other Tier 2 division champ has 8 of 18 players, as well as Harrison, who, Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, but won his Tier 3 division last year and got promoted all the way to Tier 1. We are 4 minutes out from our break, and I just saw Yandel go for $1, which seems, I don't know, Mike, would you want Yandel on your roster, even knowing that he's like this power play specialist role? To me, I mean, he was barely rosterable in Florida last year when he was on the power play, although it was great when he did produce. I don't know. I can't decide if I'd want Yandel on my roster or not. How do you feel about it?
I mean, do I want Yandel personally? Probably not. Would I take Yandel for $1 at the end of an auction draft? Yeah, I think I would. Because I think as long as he holds onto that role, as long as he plays 16, 17 minutes a night or whatever, he's going to be a 40-point guy with, 20 power play points or whatever it is. So, Yandel for $4, no. Yandel for $1, don't mind it at all.
Yeah, it's almost like grabbing him straight out of free agency. Jamie Drysdale went for $2 immediately after. Where are you seeing, like, I feel like we're all just assuming Drysdale takes over the top power play quarterback spot, and Cam Fowler, I mean, wasn't really doing anything there anyway. But I wonder if it's a big assumption that Jamie Drysdale can do something there, because there's still not a lot of there.
That's what I mean, right? It's like a lot, like for $2, I think it might be worth finding out to see if things can go right there, but a lot has to go right. You know what I mean? Like, Troy Terry hasn't really taken the step forward they want. Sam Steele hasn't really taken the step forward they want. Guys like, Zegras looks good, obviously, and Drysdale's there, but that team had, all the young guys haven't really all pulled it together like they had hoped just yet. So, Drysdale could have a good season and still, only put up 30 points because that's just a bad team.
Speaking of another team who has not seen a power play quarterback have success for a while, Noah Dobson goes for $3. So Yandel 1, Drysdale 2, Dobson 3. Dobson, someone I'm not that excited to take a chance on. I actually think I probably have him in Drysdale territory. I'm just not that optimistic about especially with Pulak still being in the picture. But what do you see Dobson's like short and medium term upside being?
I think they need Dobson to work out on the power play because, Nick Leddy's gone. I don't think Ryan Pulock is really great for a power play. Like I don't see him as a true quarterback. Maybe a trigger option on a 3-4-2 defenseman, but I don't see him as a true power play quarterback. So I think they need Dobson to kind of figure it out on the power play for the team's sake. So I think you're going to see him get some run, and I have no problem, picking him up for a few bucks, trying to find out. I think that's fine. Like I'm not high on the Islanders in general, so it's not somebody that would find himself on my roster, but I think the buy itself is fine.
Some other recent results: Anders Lee at $13 to defending champ Dustin. John Newhold gets Radula for $5. Patrick takes Victor Arvidsson for $9, and I believe that completes his team. Victor, I don't know what time it is in Sweden, Patrick, and how exhausted you might be, but feel free to go straight to bed. Oh, are you here?
It's 10 p.m. And
okay.
This is my second draft for today, so I'm a bit exhausted, but that's not why I finished early.
Tell me it's not your second auction draft today.
No, but the first one was an offline draft, and it also took like 4.5 hours.
Okay, so that's also tricky. So we're at the pause for 5 minutes. Patrick, I want to talk to you more, but hosts need an occasional.
I'll talk to Patrick. So,
okay, great.
So Patrick, you finished your team.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, not great, but good. I realized.
Which team is yours again? Paddlers?
Yeah, even when I made my spreadsheet, I realized I wasn't gonna bid for those high tier end guys like top 10, top 15 in the snake draft, because I had them valued less than I knew what they was gonna go for. So I saved my money in the beginning, and then I took guys who's going just underneath what I was valued them for. So I'm quite happy, but I don't have like the super elite in my team.
Yeah, I'm looking now, and it's definitely you went for the balanced team, because I'm seeing your highest bid was 27, or highest winning bid was 27 on Fox, then Letang, Shabbat. Basically, you have expensive D, 27, 26, and 25 for Fox, Shabbat, Letang. Then you drop 25 each on Sagan and Forsberg. So it's like all guys that maybe would fall to like the third round. You have like 5 third-round picks or 6 third-round picks after no first or second-round picks. And then, some good value at the end. I guess you're Malkin for $7. You're hoping he could be the biggest superstar in your team once he comes back, whenever that happens.
Yeah, I know that I'm going to put him on IR and probably Evander Kane as well. So I can use those for some streaming spots right in the start.
I also see you spent some money on goalies, Fleury, Binnington, and Grubauer. Did you use a roster maximizer or something to make sure that you're going to have lots of flexibility? Because those could potentially be 3-volume starters, which would be awesome as long as they're not playing on conflicting days too often.
Not too often. I have a roster. I used yours.
Nice.
To see, and it's looking good. So you see, I feel like living in Europe is quite a disadvantage for not using Fab when we have goalie starts, because I'm not awake when they let us know who starts. So I wanted not to have to stream goalies. So I wanted sense. I wanted 3-volume starters.
So what are you going to do if the what if the goalie start doesn't get announced until at night, but you're sleeping? That could be really tricky, because you have 3 goalies. You don't want to put in the wrong one on a busy Saturday night.
I probably, if all of them plays, maybe someone had a back-to-back or something, so I can figure it out anyway. But yeah, Fab system is better for us European guys for streaming goalies. So.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. But of course, a lot of people found with the Fab, they're like spending. I know I used to spend like an hour like every night just like coming up with all my bids and ordering them. So I as a Eastern time zone person, I'm looking forward to the not such a big decision every night. But yeah, I guess I don't have this disadvantage that you have.
And I'm also very happy with my decor, because mostly I find it very hard to pick up good defensemen from free agency during season.
Yeah,
it's easy to stream. It's easy to stream in a good forward.
Yeah, it's true. Even just looking at the remaining draft board right now, the D is really drying up. I only have 3 myself, and you've got 4 gems, right? You got Fox, Letang, Shabbat, and Krug. So basically, you've got 4 top power play guys. Maybe you and I should talk trade at some point. I also only have
We
1
might.
goalie, so maybe I could give you a couple forwards for a D and a goalie, and we could both rebalance each other a little bit.
Yeah, I also noticed that you and I was bidding on the same players a couple of times.
Oh yeah, like who?
I think Rantanen was one of them, and some other 2, and also Marcus from Ireland was bidding on the same players as me.
I don't know. I haven't had the ability to really watch too closely who's bidding on who. I know John, since he's got that spreadsheet that he's always bragging about, I'm always curious to see who he's bidding on. I know he just got a cheap guy somewhat recently. Let me bring that up here again. Yeah, Tom Wilson for $8. I'll bet you he'll come on and be happy about that. Radulov for $5. But yeah, so what made you stop on the Rantanen bidding? I got him for $49. Did you have a maximum that was higher than you were willing to go? I actually, in my original auction values, I had him valued at exactly $49.66. So I don't think I would have gone any higher. So if you would have bid 50, I think you would have had him.
Yeah, but I had him at 47, and I didn't want to go over that, so I was on my top.
All right, well, looks like the draft is restarting.
And here I am.
Yeah.
I thought I sounded tired, but you guys, you've been working really hard. I just want to respect 3 hours of intense drafting where a new player is nominated every 30 seconds. Pretty amazing. So thanks to all of you for putting yourself through the ringer here. So we're back. And Patrick, are you...
I just have to jump in real quick, Brian, because I got to take off.
Yeah.
I have family dinner here in 25 minutes. So.
Well, thank you for spending that much time with us. Mike, you were incredible. Is there anything we can plug for you or spread the word on or do to thank you for your time here?
No, just thanks for having me. It really is a treat coming on, and I always enjoy when you guys throw out the invite and ask me to come on, whether it's drafts or podcasts or whatever. I'm happy to do it. Real smart group in here. It was just a lot of fun just to watch a lot of smart people and their approach to this and how everything can be different for different people, but everybody's trying to get to the same place. It's pretty cool to watch. So good luck to everybody in the draft. I know not everybody's going to be in the same draft next year, but I'm sure I'll see some of you guys again next year. And thanks again for having me.
Thanks, Mike, for coming on. We loved having you on. Take care. Enjoy. I hope your dinner is delicious and restorative. Mike, what you might not know, I've asked Mike for 3 consecutive years, and every year it's just it just doesn't work. And I'm so glad that it worked out this year. So, of course, you can go read Mike's stuff at Dobra Hockey. I probably should have said this right at the top. Mike is Slim Cliffy on Twitter, at Slim Cliffy, which you probably know him as at least that, if not more. So, Mike, it was amazing to have you. And I'm happy to hear you would do this again, hypothetically.
Absolutely, I would. Thanks a lot for having me, Brian. Elin, good luck with the rest of your draft, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Thanks, Mike. So that leaves, I'm waving goodbye to Mike on video, and that leaves us late in the draft here. Let me just, I'm about to accidentally block Dave in the chat. Just a sec. This is what happens towards the end. So Dave wrote that John is about to auction off his last pick, which seems right. Jake Muzzin for $7 to John. Clayton Keller to Dave for $4. Petr Mrazek for $2 to Jeremy's team. And I'm just checking Jeremy. I don't think Jeremy is the one who had Jack Campbell too. No, that was Ben. So that's a pretty low-cost Leafs tandem at $9 combined, which might have been interesting for someone to go for both on. Sean Monahan down to $2. Yeah, that's and to Dave. Dave, I wonder how Lewis is going to feel about that. You love your Sean Monahan, and you might be the only one left who does. Joel Farabee goes to Joe's team for $5, which that could be a really fun, Farabee seems like a fun swing to take this year. Someone who may not last very long on a roster, but yeah, seems like somebody who I'd be interested to see if I can get a similar ride from him that I did earlier in the season last year when he scored at what was definitely an unsustainable pace. However, was still like respectable for most of the season. And this season we could see the same thing happen. All right. I'm trying to, so John's got about John has $18 left and one slot to fill. We're getting into dollar territory here though. With a lot of people really.
Well, it's John's bid. He just bid $1 on Batherson, so we'll see. It's like John can have whoever he wants. It's interesting. Right. He didn't just take the player he wanted right now.
Well, we'll see. I'm curious to see if John, because wasting other people's budget. Yeah, John has the most money, and wasting other people's budget doesn't make.
I'll take everyone bidding on him. That was a good sign.
Okay, so John went ahead and went for 8. So John wanted the validation of everybody wanting the player before just coming in and bidding his final $18 to acquire him, which John is great timing because as co-host of the show last year, the seat is open at the moment, but I'll just keep going through a couple other results. Like Dave still has $36 left, but still 9 positions to fill. There's really nobody who can really drop budget on anyone else. Everyone has between $2 and $5 to spend per player. So we'll see how that turns out. Brandon just added Matt Murray for $4. So 2 sends in a row going. John, do you want to take a breath or breather before I call you on to chat?
No, I can pop in.
Okay. Well, pop on in. So John, let's look at your team. Steal of the draft, Sam Bennett, which is great. You got your cheap Keith Yandel. Actually, I'm going to start at the top.
Yeah, so that was not on purpose.
Oh, you were hoping for someone like it was a bug?
No, my queue of random guys I didn't want had exhausted. And so I thought, okay, who should I put up here that I guess theoretically I'd be okay at $1, but I forgot to look if he was actually on my board at $1. And so I just grabbed Keith Yandel, which isn't a terrible thing like you guys established.
Yeah, not terrible.
He's on the top power play and it goes great. If not, I can drop him week 1. Like I want a guy who can drop week 1 anyway. I would have preferred not to have $10 left over when I did it, but.
Right. So, because you ended up like Kyle, it seems like you ended up with more budget than you needed at the end, since you could like totally outbid anyone by about $13 on Batherson at the end there. How do you feel about how you executed your draft strategy?
Who are you talking to?
To John.
Oh, sorry, to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, looking at it,
because you had budget left over.
Exactly. I mean, would I like to have had another, $25, $30 guy in there? Because of who I could get now for like $1? Probably. Like I was very close. I think the last major inflection point was, do I go for Gensel or not? And I was bidding up against him, and he came up right against my like maximum amount of what he was worth, or like $1 or $2 below. And I was like, no, I like my position, having some extra money, being able to like kind of choose who I get later. And so I didn't. Now, had I done that, I don't think my roster would be filled with these last few guys that it was. I'd be, waiting for the dollar guys at the end, and we'll see if that kind of works out or not. But then again, we get to a point too where suddenly there's people who have, like with me, you've only got 1 slot left and a bunch of money lying around, so you end up just being able to get whoever you want. So if I really wanted a guy and I didn't have the money to do it, then I wouldn't be able to get it at that point, right?
Right. So you had a moment where you could choose your path, whereas have a little more money than you'd like or a little less, and you went with a little more, which I think honestly, being a pretty conservative drafter, I would have done the same thing. We just saw Jared Spurgeon go for $14, and I feel like that's because he's probably one of the last guys available.
And that's what I was concerned about. We're in crazy town now, right? Like Jared Spurgeon at $14 makes no sense to me.
And Tyler Johnson, Jeremy, I'm curious to hear, I don't know if you're able to jump on right now, but like You got Tyler Johnson for $7. He was a hot topic between Mike and I trying to figure out exactly, is he worth $1 or a try on a fantasy team?
All right, you've had a lot of Tyler Johnson talk. I got to come in and defend Jared Spurgeon here, guys. Like, I don't think he's ever been in such a good situation. Guaranteed top power play with Kaprizov and Fiala. I think that, I was hoping that I would be able to get him. Obviously, this was like out of my budget at this point, but
so I'm not necessarily knocking Jared Spurgeon. Like, I understand it, but I think if he were nominated earlier in the draft, I think he might have gone for a few bucks less. But just because he is one of the last quality defensemen available of his standard. Like, I'm actually just pulling up. Give me a second here. The guys around his cupful ADP. So Tony DeAngelo, who went for 16, Rasmus Dahlin, who went for 7, and Alec Martinez, who went for 9, Trouba 9, Karlsson 8, Ellis 12. So, like, I think it's a little like you're paying a bit of a premium for Spurgeon because there weren't a ton of guys left, but just a couple spots later, Mikhail Sergachev went for just $6. So I think honestly, I
would take Spurgeon over Sergachev for sure.
With plus $8.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I can't do all that math in my head. Just saying that, like, Spurgeon's good, but yeah, maybe he's not worth this much, but it's still a nice pick, I think, for someone to get, especially if it's there. You have to look at the roster. If it's someone's like third or fourth defenseman, it's not too bad, I don't think.
Not at all knocking the pick. Although I did have Jared Spurgeon last year and had a very frustrating time with him, just holding on because he was in a position where, he was top power play and had Kaprizov and Fiala to play with, and still very little or absolutely nothing was happening. Not even his peripherals were coming. So we'll see. I think there's he's in a group of guys where who went between, say, $9 and $14. So he's on the high end of it, but I don't think it's wrong for him to be on the high end of it. So Mika, no offense intended, just to be clear, because Elon was offended on your behalf. All right, John, by the way, if you want to chat, I muted you. If you did want to come back in at any point.
Sorry, I'm here. Can we talk about how I got Auston Matthews, and that's not my standard draft strategy to spend big on anyone?
Okay, yeah. So Auston Matthews was the second most expensive player in this draft at $69, $14 less than McDavid. Oh, Mika, by the way, is in the chat saying he had Spurgeon projected at $15. So that's perfect, regardless of what time of draft you got him within your budget. Okay, yeah. So Matthews, very pricey guy, like a stud, which, obviously takes away some of your budget to get other guys. You still ended up with budget because I think Auston Matthews was your one big spend. All the others were very, very modest. So how did you end up taking that plunge on Matthews?
So, like, when the draft started, my biggest concern is, have I calibrated my replacement level and all that other stuff right? Or is my math going to be totally off? So the first few guys that went, I think whoever was first went, and they went for basically, it was some mid-range guy, like a $20, $30 guy. And they went for basically right on what I had for them. And I thought, okay, maybe, that means we're kind of at a solid number here. And the other guys kind of went as well for their value. So I said, okay, everyone seems to be going for that kind of value. So it gets to the point where Matthews was going for, I think, like $6 or $7 less than I have him on my board. So I'm like, I have to either bid him up or take him, because that's what he's worth in the math I have. So I go for it and then just kind of let it flow from there. And I think, looking at a lot of the guys that went in that more, $25, $35 range that I want to take after that, there weren't exactly a lot of good deals there where you're getting like $5 off. So I don't mind getting that big guy at that price.
In past years, I'm used to seeing around the middle to end of the draft, seeing some really great value picks come off the board, like people who we weren't anticipating to still be available. And it just so happens that they are, and a lot of people are out of budget. I didn't actually notice that happening this time around, which I think is a credit to everybody drafting, that if, the market was set early and it held very steady, there was no soft spot in the market where anybody who had just slowly been waiting their turn who could really come in and dominate. And I think we're past the point where that is even possible now that we're into dollar guys, or mostly or almost dollar guys. So yeah,
I felt that threshold was a little lower than I'm used to. Like there was a point where it's like, okay, you can come in and get guys now, some because some people are out of money and stuff like that. But for other auction drafts I've been in, usually that number is a little bit higher. And I do agree the quality of the competition here means everyone's kind of like on par. And what you end up doing is you end up getting the guys you like, right? Or the guys that you are willing to say are more likely to be successful than other people. So I end up getting Jason Robertson for $16 or something like that, right? And that's, he's young, he's new, he only has 1 year of like experience behind him and stuff like that. But I get him on a deal that, from my perspective, is better than he did last year, is better than he did in the last half of last year, and is better than I'm projecting him to do next year. So what more can I ask for, right?
Right. So, and I think you're right that soft spot was just lower than in past years. And I think this is true, but in past years, I've seen some really good deals go between like 15 and $25. And this year, I think the deals might have been between like $8 and $11. Yeah, again, a credit to everybody drafting, and we'll see how it really turns out. Because that would really just negate the strategy of waiting, which you might have been planning to do, John, but you didn't end up because you saw Austin Matthews at such good value, and I don't think you were at all set back from taking him. Like, it's not like you were leaving better value on the table later because you went with a stud early, which is often the concern about going with a stud early. So I'm glad that worked out for you that way. I'm just going to summarize a bunch of recent results. So I'm just going to take a deep breath here. All right. Sergachev for $6, Hanifin for $5, Zuccarello for $2, Tatar for $4. I like that. Tolvanen for $4. That could be some good upside. Also, Devon Taves for $3. That seems like a good bet for somebody with a nice peripheral floor that, hey, you can drop if he's not working out. He's also injured to start the season, but
yeah, he was on my list of random injury guys to pick up at the end of the draft to stash.
Yeah, I think that was a good sneaky pick from Ben there. Harrison added Linus Ullmark to his team for $3, which is great. That's the first Boston is a cup contending team, and their goalie goes off the board this late and for only $3. Of course, Rask may come back sometime in January, but as we were talking about with Kuznetsov, and I think somebody else, it's like, hey, if you just get a month or a couple matchups worth of good play from a guy you're spending $1 to $5 on, that's great, worth it. Jared McCann, Dave and Lewis grabbed him for $8. JVR for $3 to Elon. Puljujarvi to Harrison for $6. Puljujarvi is one of these guys I'm feeling the most FOMO about not drafting, although I had a very strange relationship with him last year too, where I would be very, very jealous if Puljujarvi was ever producing and not on my roster, which was most of the time he was producing. When he's on my roster, he did nothing. And I felt entitled to all the good that Puljujarvi had to offer. And there's preseason hype building. We've seen some really, some nice little clips of him doing well with McDavid and Hyman. So I would like to try and get some Puljujarvi stocks like Harrison.
Last year in the KKUPFL, he was like the most picked up, the most dropped, the most fab spent on player because he kept cycling in and out of everyone's teams anytime he got hot.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this season, I feel like we'll see in the first 2 weeks what's going on, and that'll define him for the rest of the season. But I'm optimistic for what the season holds for him. Mike Hoffman goes to Jordan at $2. Mark takes Colton Parayko, another decent floor guy, with $4. Jordan adds Matt Dumba for $3. Brandon adds Josh Morrissey for $4. So we've got a lot of down roster type D going off now. Ekholm goes for $3. Pierre-Luc Dubois goes for $2, which is interesting. And I actually meant to talk about with Mike. So I like Pierre-Luc Dubois' upside this year. Last season was a mess and disaster, and I'm not going to judge him by it, even though we thought moving from Columbus to Winnipeg was Dubois' reset. It clearly wasn't. So let's hope this offseason was, and I think he still has 60-point upside. But if Mike's concern about Blake Wheeler, holds, although his concern was that Wheeler screws up the top line and isn't a good line mate for them. But if Wheeler ends up on the second line with Pierre-Luc Dubois, I think that would obviously make life a little harder for Dubois. And I think it's also entirely possible. Harrison adds Phil Kessel for $1. He's someone I've liked adding late in my drafts just to stash in free agency until he gets better and healthy, because I think Phil's got some shots and goals to give still. Joe adds Alex Nedeljkovic. Brandon adds for $3. Brandon adds Hischier for $6. Jordan adds Eriksson Ek for $5. Lewis adds Casey Middlestat for $2. And Joe adds Vince Dunn for $4. And we're all caught up with teams really starting to fill out their rosters. The max budget for most teams is below $5. There's a couple teams like Dave's and Mika's who have $7 or $8 that they can spend. Oh, and Jordan can really drop the hammer on a player they really want. So I'm curious to see if they do. Mackenzie Blackwood just went to Joe's team for $3, but everybody who's left, who's still drafting, can only bid between $1 and $3 per player. So we're entering snake draft territory here. At the end of an auction, you basically end up with the player you nominated because nobody can afford to outbid you on it.
And this is where I play the waiting game. Do any of the guys on the top of my board make it to free agency?
Right. There's a mini bidding war. When someone goes for $3 at this point, it's officially a big deal. So Justin Falk goes for $3 to Elon, and Kyle Palmieri is on the board for $1, who's top line, possibly top line, probably top power play, but still very unexciting after the season he had last year in New Jersey. So I'm curious, and it's pretty unexciting to be a forward for the New York Islanders too. I really just like Anders Lee as a Isles winger, but Palmieri at $3 at the end of a draft for Mika, I think that's a shot worth taking. I wonder if in the YouTube chat, first off, if anyone's still here with us, hi, thanks for being here. 3.5 hours of a tier. I mean, this is how you learn, right? This is how you know what you need to do. But if anyone's in the chat and wants to drop a question,
I mean, I could throw a topic at you. I've got a player that I got that I was targeting from the start that I was really happy to get for the price that I got, and that is James Van Riemsdyk.
Yeah,
he's been playing on
and
the
you
top
paid
power
what,
play
like
camp.
$3 for him?
He was so great last year for such a long stretch of the season. I just hope he has a similar start.
Yeah. So he had a suit. We talked about him as being someone who's underrated, as someone you can really count on for 55, 60 points, and his upside for 65. If you can get him during a run, that's fantastic. I've always liked him, and he's never been really that consistent enough to reward me for liking him. But last season was a bit of a ray of hope that he could be like a legit rosterable guy all season long, and you can compete with him rather than worrying when he's going to go quiet. Let's see. We have Hudobin, who just went off the board for $4 to Ben, and Victor Olofsson, another top line, top power play guy, going for $2 to Harrison at the end. I mean, top line, top power play in Buffalo. Yeah, that's not ideal, but hey, someone's got to get 55 points there. And I think Olofsson is not a bad bet. You just have to hope that the cold times are not too cold. If anybody else who's drafted wants to come on and chat with me about their team or something they'd like or something they're surprised about, by all means, you can just unmute and jump on in. Kasperi Kapanen goes to Jordan for $1. And Elon, you're liking Dustin Brown. You just grabbed him for $2.
Yeah, I had $3 left, so I have 2 players and 2 spots to fill. So I figured I'd just throw the 2. Happy to get Dustin Brown like right at the bottom of my roster, right? Like just a solid guy playing with Kopitar. Like, everyone's all excited about Arvidsson. Like Dustin Brown's been in that spot the whole time. He's also a sniper, so I'll take that. Like, I guess the problem is he might just be good enough to not drop, but I'll need to have someone on my roster to drop. So I hope he's either like really good or like really bad, so I could just either decide to keep him or not really early.
Yeah. And I think, he's been mostly rosterable for the last several years, and he is sort of forgotten on the wing of Anze Kopitar just because he went from being like really awesome to not, but he's held relevance. So I don't think he's at all a bad pick towards the end of a draft. I'm curious between he and Kyle Palmieri, who might end up having the better season. Jacob Voracek goes for $1. I saw Cam Atkinson go a while back for like, I think it was $5. So I feel like I see them similarly. And so I think that's
Voracek is way better.
Oh, Ben, you think, well, you're the one who paid $1 for him. Would you have said that before you got him on your roster?
Yeah, I find I don't know how to judge Atkinson any higher than Voracek from line 3, power play 2 in Philly. So he's just very unexciting to me.
My sense in Philly is that it's going to be a 1A, 1B power play situation. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that I'd call anyone being on power play 2. And same thing, line 3. I think it's lines 1B and C and power play 1A and 1B.
I think there's a pretty clear 1A, 1B power play and at even strength. And I think the third line looks a lot like a third line. Yeah. Like I think he looks bare. Yeah, I think he's in the bottom 6, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, of course you'd say that now that you're standing for Voracek. But
constant Atkinson hate.
Yeah, you've always hated that. No, just kidding. Okay, so that makes sense to me. Voracek certainly has less competition on his own roster to get minutes. And even if Philly is balancing their lines, I still think Voracek will probably have better deployment. Jeremy getting his hometown hero, Yanni Gourde, with $1, who will be helpful, hopefully, once he's healthy. Alex Killorn for 2, Esa Lindell for 2, Philip Hronek for 1, and Jordan Eberle for 3. So we're seeing some Kraken go off the board now, which makes sense because these are top power play players at the very tail end of a draft. Jeremy, you have a lot of players left to get. You have 6 players left. Nobody else needs more than 3 more. So I guess you'll just be kind of drafting on your own towards the end because there's a lot of teams who can't go above $1 or $2.
Yeah, that was kind of part of my strategy. I usually do the studs and duds. Right. Spend money early, sit out the middle of the draft, and then play by myself at the end.
Well, you're the one who went out and grabbed Connor McDavid for $83. If you have a minute, you want to tell us about whether that jives with how you valued him?
Yeah, it was about $3 over what my sheet had him at. I had him fractionally under 80, but I noticed that the forwards were going for more than what my sheet had, and the defensemen were going for less than what my sheet had. So I kind of counterbalanced that. That's also how I ended up with Makar and Hedman, because I was just getting them for a cheaper value of a replacement than I thought I would. Mm-hmm. I usually don't draft D early. I also think I still need 2 more D, so that's also pretty generic strategy from me. Just I always go short on defense.
Right. And you can just hit up Kyle if you need any, because he's got plenty to spare. You have 2 defensemen with Makar and Hedman. Yeah.
I also ran 3 defensemen for for a good portion of last year in KKUPFL. Like, I think I got hit with an injury and didn't see anyone on the wire I wanted, and realized that I could use my ad drops intelligently and still get the games out of forwards. Mm-hmm. Which I'd much rather have in my last couple bench slots than defensemen.
Right. So it's a balancing act, because there might be a night that you could get an extra player in on defense, but they might not do enough to justify getting 2 games from that D slot compared to 1 game from a forward slot. Yep. Okay. And then I thought I had another question for you. You got Nick Ritchie for $1. Oh yeah. Well, Elon said we've had enough Tyler Johnson talk. So
I can answer a Tyler Johnson question.
Well, just give me like 10 seconds on $7 for Tyler Johnson. Just tell me about your thought process, because I'm low on him, but everyone else seems high.
I'm a big believer in like the change of situation. I was big on Sam Bennett too, although not $38 like John had him at, but I think I was the last one to drop out of that bidding. I see Johnson as similar, where he's either going to pop or I'm going to drop him in a week. And for $7, it may be a bit much, but I'm going to lose all the money I don't take with me. So it's not like I kind of knew that I could spend a bit extra on 1 or 2 guys there with who else was left in the draft.
Right. And like, it seems like you budgeted to have like $6 or $7 spots at the end. So it didn't bother you to put another little bid on top. You just added Philip Zadina for $1, who, could be one of the people who benefits from Bertuzzi and Vrana being out or sort of out.
Like you were saying, potential top line, top power play guy. So
yeah, his outlook has improved over the last week or two for sure. Roslovic goes to Mika for $1. Kadri goes for $4 to David Lewis. Ekman Larson goes to Mark for $2, and Jeff Carter goes for $2 to David Lewis. Also, Ben has Raquel for $2, and Pavel Zacha goes to Dustin for $1. Jordan gets Sharangovich for $1, and I don't know if I mentioned that Harrison has Josh Anderson for $1. Jordan just went out with Anthony Beauvillier too, so Jordan is finished his team, which means there's like a handful. We've got about 5 or 6 teams finishing their rosters. Mika just added Michael Bunting to finish his. So if you're still listening at this point, your reward is knowing who at the end of your draft you want to try and get in your late rounds or add to your watch list. Here's one that Ben's just put up. Andrew Mangiapane, who Ben now has. That was easy. Ben, you want to talk to me about Mangiapane and how optimistic you are about what he can, like whether he can break through his, usual sort of 45-ish point pace this year?
You know what? I love Andrew Mangiapane, and you know what I love most about him is his last name. What a great name. I could spell it for you too if you really needed. I could always offer my services to spell Andrew Mangiapane for anyone who needs to know. I just like him from Calgary days, and I needed a $1 player to go out on, and he was right there. Okay,
so simple as that. I had someone on Twitter, I think he's a patron, and I think his name is Adam. His Twitter handle is not the same, but he was mad that I sort of discounted Andrew Mangiapane from being a legit top line player, which I don't think I ever meant to do. I've always liked Mangiapane, but he's always been bumping up against some deployment that isn't good for him. But this year it seems like all bets are off. We saw Monahan practicing on the third line in some preseason combos not long ago.
Yeah, and I think basically I don't see why Sean Monahan has to stay on the top power play unit. So I figured it was a fun upside bet.
Yeah. Okay. Me too. That's great.
I'm glad.
And who knows? He'll be gone shortly. From your roster.
I am going to have a couple of IR spots here to start the season with Backstrom and Taves. So I'll be curious to. Oh, I got both Taves. I'm just realizing now. Anyway, I will have some waiver wire picking to get to.
It Taves too.
Can I tell you one player that you won't have available on the waiver wire?
Nolan Patrick.
I've been excited about him. Not not excited. I just knew I'm going to use my last $1 on Nolan Patrick. He's been skating in the Stevenson spot in practice. Who knows? But with Pacioretty and Dadonov. And it wasn't a case of Stevenson not being there. Stevenson was centering the third line. Also, Patrick's been on the top power play. So who knows? I might drop him before the season even starts if that changes. But also Vegas plays Tuesday and Thursday to start the first week of the season. One of the few teams that plays on that Tuesday. So a little tip out there for people. Maybe you want to grab Nolan Patrick right at the end and hope that he has good deployment for that Tuesday game. And you can always drop if it doesn't work out.
I'm going to nominate Nolan Patrick to be this year's Sam Bennett. And you've heard me talk him up on the show before, right? And I think you've always put me down about him, but now that you're seeing this deployment, you're starting to get excited, which is great. I'm glad you're getting excited about Nolan Patrick. I just feel like we haven't seen him get a fair shake, both from his coaching and deployment and also his own health situation. And I think this fresh start in Vegas, hopefully it is an actual fresh start and there isn't some long lost potential that is actually lost. But I love the fact Chandler Stevenson is not a high bar to clear, right? Chandler Stevenson is good. He's steady. He's nothing special. He can play on the top line, be on the top power play, but he doesn't add a ton there. I think Nolan Patrick, if he could add more, that would be really exciting for Vegas. And I have some exciting news to share.
Let's hear it.
The draft is over.
Oh my God. Can I just say one quick thing about Nolan Patrick before we move on?
3 hours and 38 minutes.
We did. That's a fast auction draft, by the way.
Oh, I think it's about average.
No, I told my wife it's going to be 4 hours.
So did I, but I think that's because we know if it was okay. Whatever.
Check the video from last year. I was going to say, Ben, I really liked in your interview with David Shane, who I'll apologize once again for when I recorded the intro, I called him David Schoen. It's definitely David Shane, even though it's spelled like Schoen. But yeah, he was saying how like apparently Nolan Patrick has all these connections to Vegas. Like the GM like was GMing like the junior team he was on, and like he's like friends with his dad. Or there was a whole like connection there where it's like it seems like they specifically went out and got him because they like him and they know him.
Yeah. It seemed very calculated. So I'm glad that I hope he has a chance to succeed there. Let's just see some of the other names that went right at the end for a buck. Moritz Seider, Morgan Frost, Jonathan Drouin to Harrison, Jeremy Swayman to Jeremy. Cool. Jeremy also had Seider and Frost, and Jacob Slavin to Mark after Elon got Nolan Patrick. Harrison also got Tyler Bertuzzi for a buck, which honestly, that seems pretty good to me.
Yeah. I was hoping to get him with I would have taken him over Nolan Patrick.
That seems very good to me, actually. Like, I don't care. Like, drop him when he's missing games in Canada if you only paid a buck for him, which could be really hard because then it's going to be a race to add him back. But hey, at least you had him while he was doing stuff.
Or maybe Yahoo gives him IR eligibility. Like, who knows what they decide? They'll just give him an O. They could do that. Or they'll give him a suspended. So we'll have to wait and see. Brian, how are you feeling after doing this whole long auction draft? This was so fun. And also Michael Clifford did such a great job.
Everybody was fantastic. This is I'm
You're speechless.
I'm speechless. I've used all my words.
Can I just talk for a bit then? I'll just keep talking because
sure. Just give me 1 sec because I realized I invited questions in the YouTube chat and then never checked to see if they were there. Ryan Richardson asked about Jonas Brodin. Think he'll be a good sleeper? No. I think for maybe peripherals. Maybe
what would be a reason for Brodin to be any different this year than he's been over the past few years?
There was a time when Jonas Brodin came in, was pretty new to the league and was putting up big peripheral numbers, but also I think had some power play deployment. But he's never touched it since then. But he just came in and made a really great first impression and seemed briefly like a guy who might have this upside. I think we've seen since then that he doesn't. Sammy wrote that he got lucky that this was happening while he was drafting in another pool because he found some great value thanks to it. And Ronak for $1. Norm is asking, is that because Vrana is out for so long? I mean, between Ronak, Seider, and Leddy, I'm not sure who gets the most power play time in Detroit, but I also don't know that I care. I worry about how productive a spot that'll be. So there's my quick analysis on the Detroit Blue Line situation and everything else. Thanks to everybody who's been with us here on YouTube for the show. And at this point, Elon's gone. He said he was ready to talk, which I was going to take him up on. Is there anyone who'd like to come on and share any thoughts or feelings about their team or the draft? Congratulations, by the way, to everybody, both drafting and listening, for making it. The drafters look tired. A lot of them have turned off their cameras, which I can't blame them for doing. And it's been a long haul here. That's a real intense 3 hours and 40 minutes. So congrats to you all for doing that. And yeah, the floor is open to anybody who may or may not like to chat about their team or the draft.
I'm back, Brian.
He's back.
Unpopular demand.
Ben, it's you.
Hi.
Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just want to say I was looking at my team on Yahoo and I'm just super stoked about it still.
What exactly?
Well, I was just looking at the preseason ranks. I got 4 players ranked in the top 2 rounds, and that's just a cool feeling to me.
Are you going by the Yahoo rankings?
I am, yeah.
Oh, what are you doing?
A vanity ranking, yeah.
The vanity. We saw Hockey Economist on Twitter, who has some really nice tidbits that I like. I like to follow them. Wrote to us about the Yahoo rankings. You actually, Short Shifts responded. I don't know if it was you or Lewis, but they theorized that Yahoo purposely pooches their own rankings to reward the teams who are paying attention and most likely to keep logging in and to discourage casuals.
Yeah, I think that it's actually
winners
in Occam's razor thing. Of that, it's just that they make so little money off fantasy hockey that they put no effort or time or resources into into fantasy hockey.
I guess we still don't know where they come up with them, or like it wouldn't be hard for them to outsource it.
So I'm looking at my team on Yahoo, just like Ben was on his, and like looking at their projected stats for this coming year using the KKUPFL model. I'm a big Drake Batherson fan. That's why I spent the rest of my money on him. But they have him making more points overall than Tom Wilson, Alexander Radulov, Teravainen, Bjorkstrand, and he's Sam Bennett slightly behind Jason Robertson.
Everyone loves the Sens this year.
Yay for me, but like, yeah, that math doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
Everyone does love the Sens this year, and I'm not sure if they're right. Like, I like to think they are, but I'm not sold. I think it could be. It's really exciting to think that we're close to seeing some fantasy upside in Ottawa.
I think
I've talked a lot though, so Elon's back. I'm gonna let you talk for a bit.
Well, no, just about the Sens. Like, I agree. Like, everyone's really high on like a few of the players. I think it would be like make more sense to me if like we were certain of what the lineup's going to be. It still feels like a little bit in flux to me, which would make me just a little bit nervous. Like, what if Stützle bumps Batherson from some spot? You know, like I don't know if that, like these specific scenarios I'm throwing out there, but it just doesn't seem like as fixed. And also, again, just like Michael said, with Brady Tkachuk not signed, who knows how long you wait for that. So I definitely don't mind that I ended my draft with no Sens, but like obviously someone's going to be good, and like I definitely would take Brady if I could, but.
And I think that I expected I faded the Sens a bit because I'm like, I mean, all the projections are going pretty optimistic. Like it might just be a touch high for me, but as it does every year, this is the second time I've done it, but 2 years in a row where like I do that and then they go right around where I value them anyway, because we're drafting with 14 Sharks and everyone knows that they're a touch high in the projections. And so everybody goes around their value in this draft.
I see that Brandon said in the chat, sorry, I was away for a second. Did we end up bringing Brandon on?
No.
Brandon, you there?
I am here. Yes. Hello.
BrandonWeeb.com, the creator. Everyone take out your phone and look at that cool logo, which now has a hockey puck above the stick. That wasn't there before. It's a new addition. So Brandon, was this your first ever auction draft? You won your you came second place in tier 2 last year, correct? Yeah, that was enough.
Yeah. I was feeling good until this trend of looking at what Yahoo says about your draft. And most of my guys are probably above 150 rank.
Well, we already did a whole show talking about what we think of Yahoo's default rankings. So I wouldn't worry too much about that.
So anyways, I'm not feeling too great, but I was feeling pretty good before. I'm curious what you guys think about Josh Morrissey.
Yeah, I had him on my list, like right at the end there. Like I had Morrissey. I ended up getting Falk, who I feel like are pretty interchangeable at this point. Maybe Morrissey isn't as great for shots, but Morrissey potentially has that points upside. Like last year, he took over on top power play for a bit. So you never know. And I remember my interview with Murat Atesh where he said Morrissey played his best. Oh man, let me try to do this off the top of my head. I think he said Morrissey played his best when he was playing with Dylan DeMello, or there was like some guy that was like a former Sen that like he thought like once this guy, I think it was DeMello.
Must be DeMello.
Yeah. So anyway, so he's like a full season now with Dylan DeMello might mean that Josh Morrissey is able to play his best game. So yeah, he's someone who like just a couple of years ago we had hype about. So like, what did you got him for like $4, right, Brandon?
Oh, I don't have it up anymore.
But yeah, it was a good like value pick at the end, and I think like as your fourth defenseman.
Yeah.
Brian, who would you take, Morrissey or Justin Falk as your last defenseman?
I would take Justin Falk. Morrissey seems boring. Like he's someone if I need to fill a D spot, yeah, okay, I'll try him, but I won't even really want to. Sorry, Brandon.
That's okay. This might be interesting. You might remember last year. Mason pointed out that Pionk might get the power play because of his handedness to pass to Laine. So I'm wondering if because Laine's gone, that's all going to be undone, and then Morrissey resumes his spot there.
I sure hope not, because I have some Pionk stocks. I don't think so. I think the days of Josh Morrissey projected power play quarterback are behind us, especially with the way that Pionk has established himself.
Okay, so do you want me to tell you something that's totally like not worth anything? It's just a preseason game. But in the last. So okay, fine. I won't say it. Listeners, you can't hear it because Brian's gave us the here we go.
No, I want to hear it.
Okay, well, you're going to be shocked because this was one game in the preseason.
Sami Niku.
So Sami Niku's gone. He's on Montreal now and he's injured.
Yeah, but somehow he still finally got his shot.
So in this game, it looks like there was only one power play the whole time, and Nate Schmidt got 1:08 of power play time, Neil Pionk 31 seconds, and then Morrissey and Pionk 21 seconds. So whatever they were doing in this preseason game, Nate Schmidt was someone who might have jumped into the fray as a contender. But we'll have to see some. Follow Murata Tesh, follow at Game Day Lines, and we'll be tweeting out those Winnipeg power plays when they come out.
Wow.
Have you guys already discussed what you thought might be the best steals of the draft?
Well, John sure has.
Everyone talking to death about Sam Bennett as if like he's the next coming of our Lord. Like, I mean, come on. Okay, but I think that Bennett is good, and I'm happy with him. But like, I picked like right near there. I got Ryan O'Reilly for a similar price, and I thought that was a pretty solid pick. But everyone was just drooling all over Sam Bennett, so fine.
Does Ryan O'Reilly get 230 hits a year?
Fair.
Eight shots a game.
Yeah, well, exactly. The upside for Sam Bennett is basically McDavid, but I'll take the floor of Ryan O'Reilly being solid for me. But you know, I'm obviously just jealous because Michael Clifford loves your draft picks so much.
Yeah, I think I'd have to look back at the results again and like take it all in. There were definitely a couple others that stood out, but I'll be honest, my brain is pretty fried. And if any, I'm sure yours are too. Like we'll open the floor for anyone else who wants to jump on and say anything about their team. But then I think, Elon, we should
sounds good. Like, how about anyone who wants to jump in and say like, what's your favorite pick or a pick that you're not happy with? Now's the time to do so.
I'll jump in because I haven't spoken yet, if that's okay.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, how are you?
Good. What time is it where you are?
It feels like it's about 3 a.m., but it's 10 to 10.
Okay. So it's safe territory, but yes, you're exhausted.
Yeah, I really am. It does take it out of you mentally, like especially whatever way I have it set up. Like I have 4 screens in front of me here. I feel like I'm in NASA or something, and I'm just every pick that comes in.
You're doing more important work than what they do over in NASA.
This is true.
Important draft.
This is true. Yeah, so like each pick comes in and I'm updating it on my sheet and I'm trying to find the guy. And then, you know, at the end of the draft, the picks come so thick and fast because nobody can outbid. And I'm just like flustered and struggling. But so I looked at my sheet there, and just one pick that jumped out at me as being really good value was William Karlsson for $1. He's not my pick. I can't remember who took him, but I had him valued at like $11 and he went for $1. So that's just one I said I'd throw out there.
Okay. All
right.
I
mean, while Stevenson and Nolan Patrick are fighting over the spot to center Stone and Pacioretty, William Karlsson's just locked in to be a 60-point guy playing with Marchessault and Riley Smith, who I think Riley Smith even went undrafted. He's really fallen off. But yeah, Karlsson, solid guy. Yeah, I expected someone to happen. Do you ever have that feeling when you're in the draft where, like, you know, someone gets nominated, you know you're not going to bid just because it doesn't fit into your plans, then you're just like so mad at everyone else for not bidding? I was like, come on, people, bid up William Karlsson. Take some money off the table.
Yeah, particularly on centers later on in the draft.
Well, Logan Couture, I don't have it open anymore, but Logan Couture went for like super cheap, like I think like $3 or $4. And I was also really annoyed because I had him like all going into the draft. Like he's going to be one of the people I pick and get value. And I had him slotted in for like my $8 spot. Then I think I ended up just like, you know, someone else ended up being such a good deal for me at the time. Maybe like a Connor Garland. I ended up getting him when I was expecting that spot to be my Logan Couture spot. And, but yeah, I was really surprised that people didn't go higher on Couture. Don't forget, he had that injury last year. But like this mysterious injury, I don't even know if that's been confirmed, but he was like awesome and then he totally disappeared. And I feel like he's a really solid like third, you know, center on your team that someone got for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I actually nominated Couture and I was hoping, you know, maybe I'd get him for a couple of dollars, but then he went to 4 and I just didn't want to go to 5, even though I had him initially valued at 5. I think it was just at a stage of the draft where I couldn't afford to go that far. So,
Mark, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So last year you did very well in the tier 1 of the KKUPFL. From what I could tell, your strategy last year, you had a lot of good like mid-range guys. Your team seems to be built similarly this year. A lot of guys you picked up, you know, $20-$30, stuff like that. Scheifele, Miller, Wheeler, Stone, Pietrangelo, et cetera, et cetera. Is that your standard go-to strategy, or is that just how the math works out?
Yeah, more the latter. So the way I do my auction draft strategy is I just set a value for everybody in the league and I try not to go over the value. And I find that the top, say, 40 guys maybe, outside of today, Hellebuck and Scheifele, I think were probably in the top 40 who I took, but I find that they go too high. So like I had McDavid at $68 and he went for, what was it, 83, and that was just the same down the whole way down. I don't actually, let me get my sheet up here and I'll take a quick look, but I'll just give you an example. I won't give too much away, but I had Draisaitl valued at 57, he went for 68. I had Matthews at 56, he went for 69. McKinnon at 53, he went for 67. So it was always like 10, 12 bucks over what I wanted to spend, and I couldn't justify going over. So pretty much every person I drafted, maybe one or two small exceptions. Petrangelo, I was getting desperate for a D-man. So I went 24 when I had him valued at 20. So maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but almost everybody else I took under the value of what I had them on my sheet. And that's basically my simple strategy. I think you're on mute, John.
All right. I guess that's probably a good time with that to start wrapping things up. Like Brian said, any more final thoughts? Going once. Okay. Thank you so much, Tier 1. This is going to be a crazy league. It's going to be super competitive for people who actually listen this far. First of all, you're an insane super fan of the show, and we really hope you enjoyed it.
Hashtag.
Hashtag, I don't know. I made it.
Hashtag fast draft.
Okay, sure. Hashtag fast draft. Maybe also just tag us at Keeping Karlsson so we'll actually see it. I don't know if we're going to be checking that hashtag. If you want to see the draft results, go to keepingkarlsson.com/draft and we'll link to the Yahoo League there where you can go look at the results. We'll also link to that in the show notes. But yeah, Brian, with that, do you have any credits you want to read? I'm cueing the outro music right now. So now's your time to give any credits and we'll get out of here.
All right. This episode was presented of the Keeping. Okay. All right. This episode of the Keeping Karlsson Fantasy Hockey Podcast was presented by Dobber Hockey and powered by our patrons, including our super supporters, Christopher, Josh, Tom, Derek, David, Rob, and Patty. Thank you for your extra support. We really, really appreciate it. If you want to be a super supporter, you can go to our Patreon at keepingkarlsson.com/patron. What else do I want to say? Thanks to all our drafters, but especially thanks to Michael Clifford for coming on at Slim Cliffy on Twitter, and you can find him all over Dobber Hockey and also awesomeo.com. Logo art by BrandonWeeb.com. Outro music by Pat Roach. This episode was researched with help from, well, first I'm going to say Kevin Hebert, who provided a lot of data that I could use, and drafter Jeremy Versillo, who also provided some data that I used for my analysis and live commentary. And all the usual sources like Dobber Hockey, Frozen Tools, Natural Stat Trick, Evolving Hockey, Cap Friendly, Hockey Reference, Hockey Viz Hockey Database, Elite Prospects, and NBC Sports Edge. And that's everything.
Throw in that this episode was sponsored by whatever. Sure. People could go get that jersey.
Sure. This episode was also brought to you in part by our sponsors, Fantrax. I don't remember the underdog call to action, so could we just leave it?
All right.
Okay, I'll say it. Hang on. Let me go. Let me find the underdog business then. Okay.
Are there still people in the live chat?
I don't know. I wonder.
I haven't checked.
Probably a couple. Okay.
I can't wait for the moment to actually look at my team and see who I have. I feel like I still haven't really done that.
Okay, I've got the copy here. All right. Thank you to this episode was also brought to you in part by our sponsors. So thanks to Fantrax, you can head to fantrax.com/keeping to sign up as a new user and get entered into a draw for a brand new official NHL signed Nathan McKinnon jersey. That's fantrax.com/keeping. Also, thanks to our sponsor, Underdog, where if you sign up with the code KEEPING and make your first deposit of $10 or more, you'll get $10 free in bonus cash. That's good for one free entry into their best puck. That's good for one free entry into their Best Puck Classic 2 fantasy hockey tournament.
Great job as always, Brian. Looking forward to, I guess we'll have one more regular episode next week and then we'll be time to start the season. So I guess we'll just break down everything that's going on in the preseason.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting. And by then, I'm sure we'll have recovered and found some new words to say. Until then, please do all that you can to make sure that fantasy hockey is for everyone.
Woo!
Yes.
Okay, so Brian, for people who watched live, thank you so much. You can stick around if you'd like, but now we're just gonna, I guess, do some business because we have to still record some ads, right?
Yeah. Do you have the copy?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Do I need it, or can you just do it? Maybe I
Okay.
could, or if you want me, I could do it.
I can do it.
Okay.
Let me just find.
Thanks again, Mark and Patrick, and contact at brandonweave.com.
I was doing really good. Hang
See
on.
you, Mark. Good night.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks so
Thanks,
much,
Patrick.
See you. Good
Good
luck.
luck.
See you.
We'll talk trade about those defensemen.
We do.
Oh, there you are. See ya.
Bye.
All right.
All right, so you're sending me something, or are you just going to do it?
Well, okay. I'll do Fantrax. Okay.
On the show that we drafted on Yahoo.
Yeah.
Do you have a thing? Like, what's your thing about Fantrax you're going to
I'm going to talk about the eligibility since it was such a hit.
Oh, okay. Good one.
Is that cool?
Yeah, great.
Okay. Okay. This episode is brought to you in part by Fantrax. Fantrax is the most customizable fantasy platform in the industry, offering the greatest fantasy experience, especially for your dynasty. This episode is brought to you in part by our sponsors over at Fantrax. Fantrax is the most customizable fantasy platform in the industry, offering the greatest fantasy experience, especially for your dynasty and keeper leagues. Yes. No.
Do you want to send it to me and I'll do it if you're not, if you don't have it?
Let me give it one more go here.
Okay.
All right. What am I going to say? Oh, yeah. This episode of the This episode is brought to you in part by Fantrax, our sponsors who give you the most customizable fantasy platform in the industry, offering the greatest fantasy experience, especially for your dynasty and keeper leagues. We have had an amazing time drafting on Fantrax for the Cupful. In all of our slow drafts, we've set timers that accommodate people from all over the world. We've also changed position eligibilities to make sense for what we're doing. Yeah, you heard that right. You can have that power as a Fantrax commish to decide at what positions each individual player is eligible at in your pool, which is just one way that Fantrax gives you the ultimate power over your entire fantasy experience. It is the top dynasty fantasy hockey platform in the industry for that reason. If there's ever anything you've thought, my league would be so much better if it had, guess what? Fantrax likely has it. And it's easy to go check it out. All you need to do is go to fantrax.com/keeping and sign up today. It's also easy to move your existing league over to Fantrax. They'll help you with that too. And also, if you sign up for free today at fantrax.com/keeping, you'll be entered to win an official NHL signed Nathan MacKinnon jersey, again, for the most customizable and expert option for a fantasy platform in fantasy hockey. Go to fantrax.com/keeping and sign up today. How was that?
I think I might have to edit a little bit, but I think for the most part it was good. Actually, I guess I could also end the live stream. I don't know why I had to stay live for this. Yeah. Okay, bye everybody. We'll record the next one without you guys. But thanks again. Hope you liked the show. See you next time.
Okay, bye.